Hello, everyone. Welcome to our second episode of the Eaton Grange Estate. Today's supporter is our one and only Hero Sheep. Thank you, Hero Sheep. And of course, our sponsor is the lovely Roll20. I believe I have a little thing here. This is what we use for all of our rolls and whatnots, maps, things of that sort. So if you are interested in checking that out and you watch our Ascension show on Thursdays, you will see that in action. We get a lot of questions about that because we do a lot of cool map things and auto, I don't know, weird programming that EE does. He's a mastermind at it all. um, but today's episode is with our downstairs crew. So I'm going to show you them. Look at all of them. They're all dressed up, looking fancy. You'll get to know their characters soon. But of course, joining us, returning, is our lovely facilitator, Haley at Storybrewers. And of course, Katie Play is joining us again. We're so happy to have you, Katie.
I'm so excited to be back. I've been eagerly anticipating today's episode, so I'm really looking forward to today.
And we have two new faces to the Roll For It family. So we'd like to do a little, roll love in chat if you haven't. And of course, definitely say hi to them if you're over on our Discord. But Kyle, if you don't mind introducing yourself and letting people know who you are, what you do.
Sure. Yeah. My name is Kyle Blessing. I create content online as Blessius, and I also do voiceover work. And I'm really excited to be part of this Roll For It and join the Grange.
Yes. And Kyle and I have been in chats and DMs for a while, and he's like, if you got an RP thing from you, I would love to try. So I'm happy to have you here and joining us. This one's, a little bit more chill, no dice rolling, no combat. So hopefully you enjoy a little RP action. And of course, with us is B, who we've never had on as well. How are you? What are you doing? And tell people a little bit about you.
Yes, hello all. As always, not as always. Actually, this is the first time I get to say this on this channel, and it's very exciting. I'm your non-binary busy bee. You can find me on Twitter as @B_Zelda. I'm a podcaster, Twitch streamer, TTRPG writer, and the community manager for D&D Adventurers League. So I hecking love tabletop games. I love not doing math, not rolling too many dice, and role playing. So I think this is going to be the game for me.
I think it is. So I'm sure that Haley over there is ear to ear grinning because Haley is also one of the creators of this game. So thank you for all joining us. I'm going to go quickly through some more intro good gobbins that we need to do, and then I'm going to hand it over back to Haley so that she can take us on the journey. And for those of you who have joined us for episode 1, it's a journey that you definitely want to be on. So the best ways to support us, of course, are going over to our Patreon. We have a whole bunch of goodies already available. We have NPC name submissions if you haven't already submitted them. And the first batch of Upstairs cast letters have gone out. Some of them you may see read on or hear read on this episode. Others, not yet. So you get a very, very early look into the letters that are being written from and to different cast members. So those of you who know what's going on, you're in the know. Beyond that, you can also, if you are a Patreon, there's a whole slew of rewards. That is actually like the best way to support us because not only does that help us pay for our cast, but it also allows you to get some cool rewards in return, like being our supporter, as Hero Sheep is today, or playing in a private GM'd session with one of our lovely cast members, things of that sort. We also have Twitch, with which, if you're watching us live right here, you can subscribe to us here and get some cool emotes, as well as access to our videos early. We do upload those over to our YouTube channel, where you can become a YouTube member and get access to cool emotes as well. And if you are a patron, Twitch or YouTube subscriber or YouTube member, you can get access to our private Discord. So Twitch sub, YouTube member, patron supporter, I'll get access to that, and you will see all of our lovely cast members chatting in our private chat regarding all of the goodness that's happening. Beyond that, we also have non-monetary ways to support us. If you cannot afford it, please do not. We don't want anyone spending money where they can't afford it, so please don't. But there's a lot of free ways to support us, like watching live right here on Twitch. It helps support us in an immense way that you'll never understand. And also making clips, which you can only do while we're live, which is strange, but please do that. And then also you can watch over on YouTube, subscribe over there, like over there, comment, all of those ways help the algorithms find Roll For It and let us continue doing what we're doing, because without people watching it, we can't keep doing it. And of course, you can follow us on Twitter and Facebook. Like, share, retweet, comment. We always post lots of goodies over there, so definitely go check it out. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to our lovely facilitator, who will be handling a little rules for this new cast group, as well as recap and beginning our episode. So take it away, Haley.
Thank you. Hello and welcome back to our story at the Eaton Grange. So today we are going to be playing A Good Society, which is a collaborative Jane Austen RPG. And more specifically, we are going to be playing an expansion called Downstairs at the Abbey, which is created to tell upstairs, downstairs stories. So last week, we saw upstairs side of the story. Today, we are going to be rewinding time and seeing the same events from a downstairs perspective. Good Society is a collaborative storytelling game. We are all going to work to tell the story together. I am the facilitator today. What that means is I don't have any particular narrative power or anything like that. I do have several characters that I'm going to play, including a major character, but I will do a little bit of directing to help everybody get on the same page with the story and go from scene to scene. So Good Society is a game played in phases, and we're going to be getting today with our novel chapter phase, which is open role playing that you'll be familiar with. But during today's session, we will also be doing reputation, household gossip, epistlery for the writing of letters, and more. And each of the characters that we see today is composited a little bit differently to their upstairs counterparts. So you might remember from last week that upstairs characters are driven by a central desire, as well as a relationship. And on top of that, they have a character role and family background. Downstairs characters also have a desire that is close to their heart, something they want to pursue. But instead of having a character role and a family background, they have got a position in the household, of course, because they are, after all, the staff here. And they have a secret, be that a burden, a vice, or an ambition. So each of our downstairs characters has one of those hidden away for us to find out about during the game. So a little bit more about how Good Society and Downstairs at the Abbey works in general. Each character has got their own pool of resolve tokens, and those are the main thing that they can use to move the story forward or make changes to the narrative, other than, of course, the actions of their characters. So the way you use a resolve token is if you think, wouldn't it be cool if this happened? That's usually a good cue for when you would bring those into the game. So you could use it to find out secret information. You could use it to overturn a carriage, so somebody is late to a ball. You could use it to compel someone to do something in a particular situation. Basically, anytime you think, wouldn't it be cool if this happens in the story, you've got your resolve tokens for that. Most of the time, when you spend a resolve token, they will just disappear into the ether, but sometimes you will need to enter into a resolve token negotiation with another player. And that will happen when you are spending a resolve token in a way that is harmful to the interests of that character, or you're compelling them to do something. So if I wanted to say, hey, Ivy, I know you have a really amazing piece of gossip that I would like my character to know. I would like to offer a resolve token for you to tell Grace this piece of gossip. That would be compelling Ivy to do something. So then I would be like, is this something that interests you? And Katie would get to say either, yes, I'm all about that. I'll tell you that gossip and take my resolve token. Katie could also say yes, but only if, and give conditions. So for example, only if Grace will tell her a piece of gossip back. Or if it's something that Katie's just not interested in for the story, say that that's a secret that that Ivy is keeping for another character and it's not time to reveal that yet, then Katie could also be like, no, thanks. And in that case, I would keep my resolve token and play would continue as if that didn't happen, because it didn't. So that's how resolve tokens work. Along with resolve tokens, each player also has something called a monologue token. And the way a monologue tokens work is that you can play this on another major character at any time during the story to hear that character's inner monologue. So, there isn't that much time to express your thoughts and feelings in the everyday work of the downstairs staff, especially with everybody watching you all the time. And we might be wondering what goes on inside the character's head. So you can play that monologue token on another major character. World stops, spotlight mysteriously appears from above, and we dive into that character's head and think about what they are feeling, their thoughts at that moment. And you can ask a specific question when you do this, or you could just say, what are you thinking right now? So it's great to use that in a suitably dramatic moment during the session. So those are the main rules that you as viewers and as players need to know for us to set out on our game. But as well as that, I will be explaining each section of the game as we go along. One other thing that is very important for everyone to know before we start the game. In good society, the first thing you do whenever you play a game is something called collaboration. And basically what that is about is everyone getting on the same page about the game ahead. And during that, we all make some choices about certain things about the game, such as the tone we want to play with. This one is a drama, in case you couldn't tell from episode 1, and the level of historical accuracy that we are going to play with. One important decision that we made was to turn gender norms in this game off. So in the game you're going to see today, it is normal and acceptable for people of all genders to have significant and respectable careers, make the first move, inherit entailed estates, and have marital relationships with all genders. So that's something to keep in mind as you see our story unfold. There isn't going to be any scandal from that port. There will be lots of scandal for other reasons. So that's sort of the setup for our game and the rules that you need to know. Yes.
I think, I'm sure we've discussed it. There's not I don't know how to word, not like there's not going to be racism in our story, but even skin color doesn't play a factor into status or anything, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
I not only will we not see racism on screen in our story, but much like we have turned off gender norms, race isn't going to be a factor in how society perceives your rank and your opportunities.
Thank you.
Great point to clarify. Thank you for bringing that up as well. Yeah, all right. So let me set the scene a little bit for our story today. So in the pastoral countryside, a little more than 3 days' ride from London, is the region of Hertford. And for all our downstairs characters, most likely you or your families grew up in Hertford or their surroundings, along with your parents, their parents, and so on. Hertford is a rural area, farms stretch for miles around here, and there's also a small town which has a smattering of shops. And unless you were born rich around here, most folks have got one of two occupations. Most people are farmers, whether that be on their own fields or as farmhands on someone else's fields. And then there's the occupation that you have all chosen for yourselves for one reason or another, which is domestic service. There's good parts to a career in domestic service. So the career progression is good. You can move up all the way from hall boy to butler one day, who knows? And the pay can be better than farming once you do start moving up the ladder. And also, of course, you get food and board provided. The downside, of course, is being at someone else's beck and call for 24 hours a day, 6.5 days a week. And downstairs staff in grand manor houses do tend to have better working conditions and pay than small houses, but they also have stricter rules to follow and higher expectations on them. And of course, all of you work at Eaton Grange, which is the grandest house in Hertford and the ancestral home of Lady Lavinia Ward, the Countess of Hertford. And the Countess is not just the highest ranked member of the peerage in Hertford, but also in the wider region. So she expects everything in her household to be perfect. As an estate, Eaton Grange is astonishing to behold. It's built on top of a hill and it looks down on all of Hertford. The estate winds up over 3 floors. It has more than 30 rooms. And although it's technically only home to the prestigious Ward family, it takes more than 16 indoor servants to run. from the butler to the housekeeper, the hall boy, and the laundry maid, and that's just inside. And there's also a slew of gardeners, coachmen, stable hands outside as well. And of course, it's in this estate that we will see our story for the next 12 weeks. So if you caught last week's episode, you would have been witness to the Countess's 50th birthday party and the events that occurred upstairs. So now we are going to rewind time and play through those exact same events from the eyes of the downstairs staff. So while there was all kinds of tensions and scandals taking place upstairs, around them moved, almost invisible, the servant that made the entire occasion possible. So as a reminder of the festivities that took place for the Countess's birthday, they began in the purple drawing room with a reception with pastries and light drinks and a little music. There was a little dancing as well. And they then moved from the purple room to the state dining room, which is one of the grandest household rooms in the house for a formal 3-course dinner, at which time there were speeches. But there were also last-minute rearranging that had to occur as well for the return of a certain Lord Victor, who did not announce themselves before their attendance. And the Countess's birthday, as it is every year, but in particular this year, because of course it is her 50th one, is one of the biggest events of the year for Eaton Grange. So all hands are on deck downstairs, and all hands better be scrubbed, polished, shined, and stuffed. I must apologize for my dog. He's having a bad day. He woke up this morning at 3:30 a.m. and he was not doing too well. But
we
yes,
still love them.
Yes, of course. So back to our household: scrub, polish, shined, and starched. Outside, footmen dressed in extravagant livery that looks something like what Blessius is wearing, are greeting guests and seeing them in. While inside a reception room, even more footmen circulate with the pastries on offer. Housemaids are busy ferrying foods, coats, reticules back and forth, cleaning up spills, rearranging furniture as often as necessary. And in the kitchen, having been asked to prepare pastries and then follow it with a formal meal. It's teeming with frantic energy. And it is in the kitchen that we are going to begin today. So, Mrs. Pan, the cook at Eaton Grange, wastes no time as she checks on 8 different dishes at the same time. Her hair is a comely grey. She's getting on in years for a cook. Not that anyone would ever dare to tell her that. And ordinarily, she always has a smile and a bit of good advice for anyone to enter the kitchen. But not today. Today, she is far too busy for politeness. In fact, the kitchen is so busy today that Mrs. Pan may have gone behind the butler's back and recruited a helping hand in the form of the young Chauncey Chimney, who she has given the chance of the task of preparing the chicken. So B, can you describe Chauncey for us and what they look like as they are preparing a chicken?
Yeah. So Chauncey is short, dark-skinned, kind of unruly hair that could never be covered by wigs quite properly. The height and just like the thickness of it has made it really difficult to really tame. Chauncey has these glasses that have been broken multiple times and like they've been taped up. There's cracks in it. But he's really, really ambitious and optimistic. I'm trying to think of what that word, eager. Overly eager is the best way to describe Chauncey. His clothes aren't always the best when it comes to being clean. There's always often dirt under his fingernails, ink on his fingertips. But gosh darn, when you need help, Chauncey will show up with a notebook and quill, but he'll still be ready to help.
And so how does he feel about preparing a chicken? Is this a natural task for him, or is he sort of out of his depth?
Completely out of his depth. Is the chicken, it's got guts.
I think that Mrs. Pan is talking to Chauncey as she is also like opening one oven, closing another oven, and adding a swirl to the top of the pastry. Everything out and then everything in.
Everything out, everything in. Oh no. Okay. Oh gosh. I think that's a heart. Okay, that's fine. Good. And they have ovens, right?
Yes, absolutely. They have several ovens. There's a pot of stuffing right next to you. Just start working it in. Massage it. It is
like I'd scratch my head.
close enough. And I think she sort of like looks over her shoulder and is like, I'll get to that. I'm gonna get to that in a moment.
No. I'm doing great. I've got this. It's good. And like he holds up the chicken by the legs. Like I've got this, okay? Trust me.
You're doing great, Chauncey. You're doing so well. Can you please chop the onions that are on your left? Maybe leave the chicken for now, maybe chop the onions.
You got it. And he starts chopping, tears streaming down his eyes. This is easier. This is much easier.
Okay. Meanwhile, up the front of the kitchen, there's lavender scones and butter biscuits and a dish of wafers ready to go up. And the housemaids are delivering these upstairs to where the footmen lie in wait to take them to the guests. So the Grange's upper housemaid, Ivy Stewart, arrives in the kitchen ready to take another plate up. What does Ivy look like, and what's her mood during this event?
Ivy's a little bit mischievous. She's wearing a very customary housemaid outfit. It's a nice blue, got a little more wrinkles in it than it probably should. And her hair is put up in what she views as tidy, but it's not as tidy as it could be. She's got big green eyes and long, dark brown hair that is tied up, but she has that kind of smile on her face as she reaches for a lavender scone and eats one before bringing it upstairs. And her cheeks, like she doesn't have a lot of makeup on, but her cheeks look a little more red than they should. Like maybe she found some makeup somewhere and put it on.
So you mentioned that you ate a scone. Is this something that Ivy does surreptitiously on the way up, or is this something that's happening while she's still in the kitchen?
It's like I'm picking up the tray and I'm heading to the stairs and I'm just taking one and I'm eating it, trying to get it down before I clear the landing and bring it upstairs.
I like that. So I think this is where I can offer a early resolve token for Ivy to have sort of angled her body slightly off so that a little bit of scone kind of like falls out of her hand, making it obvious that she has partaken in the delicacies for upstairs. Would that be something you're interested in?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll transfer a result token from myself to you. And I feel like it's Chauncey that catches sight of this first. Does Chauncey react in any way?
Jealousy?
Jealousy.
Ivy, and wiping off the onion juice.
What?
Can I have one?
Yeah. And I'm gonna try to like take one and tuck it behind me and reach it back so Chauncey can grab it. If we're close enough to do that.
You can kind of like feign as if you're going to take another plate up from the side of the kitchen. Yeah.
Like I back up, I'm holding it, and I just kind of like have the scone behind my hand and pass it off to you.
This is a practiced move, I think, as well.
We've done this for years.
Oh gosh, yes. And then like hide behind a statue or something. Thank you.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna rush upstairs because I'm probably late now.
Yes. I think that Mrs. Pan is pretending that she didn't see any of this, although of course it's her kitchen. She saw everything, and she's like, Well, of course, we know that none of the staff should be eating any of my any of the scones that I've worked so hard to bake before they reach upstairs. But if they were, I would encourage them to eat them very quickly because I think I hear the sounds of Mrs. Crow coming.
I'd be wiping crumbs from my face and then just standing up a little straighter.
Let's follow Ivy as she goes up the stairs. As she starts to move into the area of the house where guests might see her, how does she carry herself when she is on the job?
Stands a little taller, tries to mind her P's and Q's, very observant, scanning the room, watching everything, and very quiet, very stealthy. Like she likes to get her job done without being noticed. So I know exactly where I'm supposed to go. I'm bringing the scones there, but I'm scanning everything.
Excellent. So she heads up the stairs into a serving room, which is located right behind the purple drawing room where the reception is taking place. And that is where the plates are handed over to the house's footman to take into the reception room. And waiting there to take the next plate is the first footman of the house, Ash Bed. What does Ash look like dressed in livery on this day? And what's his vibe during this occasion?
Sure. So Ashbet is in his mid-30s, and he is wearing a puffy, definitely a puffy shirt with a vest. And on the vest is this little handkerchief that you can see, and it's purple, but has like a little fox on it. And he is trying to be, he's about 6 feet tall, but he's definitely straight back and trying to be as serious and, as confident and collected as possible, but deep down a little bit nervous.
Yeah, so Ivy walks in with the tray of scones, which, looks like surprisingly it hasn't been completely filled. But, maybe Mrs. Pan was busy. Does Ash say anything to Ivy as she comes in with the scones?
Oh, thank you so much for the scones, and I would have thought there'd be more.
Oh, she didn't have enough, so she just tried to push them around a little bit.
Oh, it must be a shortage with the dough, I guess.
Yes, she'll probably make more, but yeah, she just kind of, and I'll shake the tray a little bit. So you see, it's evened out.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
They're good. And then I'm going to scamper away.
Excellent. Okay, so let's follow Ash as he takes the tray out into the reception room, past the Countess, who is in a detailed discussion with a neighboring baronet, past another footman who's heading back to the serving room to grab more refreshments, when his eyes catch sight of a dance taking place. And more particularly, two of the dancers, Lady Lydia Ward, the heir of the household, and Mr. Arthur Beddington. And everyone downstairs has heard that Arthur Beddington harbors affections for Lady Lydia. And seeing him, he does look a little out of breath and out of sorts, so one might believe it to be true. But Ash has other reasons why he might be looking to Arthur. Do we see anything change in his face as he passes by Arthur in the room?
I think what Arthur might do is stop to take a pan around and maybe just do a double take and look at the dance per se, and then after that maybe fix his wig a little bit, because his wig has a little strangly thing that is a little out of place, but he likes it, and so he just and then continues on.
Excellent. So as Ash continues on, he sees a familiar face gesturing to him from the other side of the room. And it is Mr. Tom Morgraine, who is the butler at the Grange. The butler being, of course, the highest ranked servant in the household. And Mr. Morgraine is looking unusually serious, which always means that there's a spanner in the cog that is the evening. And he's immaculately dressed, but he has the look of a man who doesn't need to be in a suit to command attention. And he gestures to Ash to come over to him.
Mr. Morgraine.
You need to fix your wig.
I kind of like it. It's not the best, but I think it's a certain flair.
Well, you're very welcome to wear it like that in your time off.
I will fix it.
Good. Walk with me for a second, Ash.
Sure.
And he leads you out of the reception into the corridor. There's been the news that I want to share with you.
What is that?
Lord Victor is back, and he is going to be attending the formal dinner this evening. What do you remember of Lord Victor?
It's been a minute since I've been able to lay eyes on him, but I know that he is very ambitious, and he kind of gives me anxiety.
Well, he certainly is unpredictable. The Countess has given me very specific instructions on how the dining room ought to be rearranged. Being the Countess, I'm sure she has some kind of point to prove. But I don't care. All I know is it's made extra work for me and everyone else. Milton is looking after Lord Victor for the moment. But may I suggest that you relieve him of his duties and give Lord Victor your personal attention for the evening?
Will do.
There's a reason for it.
Oh.
Word is that Lord Victor is back in the house to stay, which means he'll be needing a valet. It's quite the step up for first footman, and you know I'm always looking out for you, Ash.
I do appreciate that. That has always been a dream, to be a valet.
And now, I think you deserve it. You've been here a long while.
It's been many years, and Tom, you've been like a father to me.
Well, it's kind of you to say so, but it's not the moment because we ought to be getting back to work.
Indeed.
Now, I don't know who else is going to put their hand up for the job, so you best get ahead of it, all right?
Aye.
And as they are walking down the corridor, someone else is walking towards them the other way who is also looking very stressed about the last-minute changes of the household. B, would you be able to describe the housekeeper of the Eaton Grange, Mrs. Agatha Crow?
Yes. Mrs. Agatha Crow is a delightful little lady, an absolute busybody. She wears the same kind of blue and white maid's outfit that Ivy has. Hers is just a little bit more faded because it's been worn and washed for, she's been here for over 15 years now. She has been extremely devoted to Lady Hartford. And she's got dark, I think, leathery skin, a little bit of a stooped back, but she is always going. You never see her stop. And sure enough, as Ash is leaving, you pass this little busybody. Oh my, it's coming through.
I think Tom kind of raises an eyebrow where when he sees her coming through. Busy evening, Mrs. Crow.
Oh, it never ends. We've got to rearrange everything. What are you doing standing still?
We're not standing still. We're walking to the dining room.
Good.
We've got to rearrange everything too,
Of course. Don't stop moving now. Come on.
All right. You'll be getting on with it. But you let me know if you need any extra help. If you lot can't take care of everything on your end.
Oh, always. I could always use a hand.
All right, I'll see who I've got free.
You're such a dear. Thank you.
And he sort of he gives her a nod and walks past in the corridor. And then I think when she is out of sight, he says to Ash, I can't believe that I'll be sending her the extra help. I'm the one run off my feet here.
Oh, Tom, it sounds like you are going to be having a drink after all this.
You know that I am, but it's a long evening ahead. All right, get back to it. I'm going to sort out the dining room.
You've got it.
And he sort of goes into the dining room to try and figure out what is going on now that everything has been rearranged. Okay, so from here, I want to open up the evening a little bit to things that folks would like to see. Moments that you would like to see with other characters, be they major characters or connections, either during the reception, during the dinner, or of course, after that at the end of the night when the servants are having their own dinner and finishing up for the evening. But let's start during the reception or the dinner. If there's anything that anyone would like to see.
I would love for Ash to reveal that he's going to be in charge of helping Victor with everything. Because that's just like a little bit of rivalry. I don't know if it's ever been reciprocated, but Chauncey has a lot of frustrated feelings towards Ash and Ash's success.
Maybe a good moment for this to happen is like Chauncey's finally finished up in the kitchen, and like has been Tom has caught sight that Chauncey was in the kitchen and is like, hey, you didn't ask. I'm already giving Mrs. Crow extra help. You didn't ask me if Chauncey could be there. And so has repossessed Chauncey and gotten him to help move some furniture for later in the evening. And so Chauncey is sort of like has just dropped off a table and is walking back to get some chairs when they catch sight of Ash, who has just finished assisting Lord Victor, who is about to head into the dinner. And so what does Ash look like when he's in valet mode?
I would say definitely maybe keeps his left arm behind his back, doing everything that he can to, whether pick up or take a drink or anything like that. Definitely trying to be as confident, nonchalant, and just goody two shoes, I guess.
Mm-hmm. In this case, I think that he is sort of like, going that extra mile of showing Victor to the entrance of the dining room, where Arthur is also waiting to accompany him into the room and give him a proper entrance. And it won't be long before Ash has to go again and serve as a footman during the dinner as well. But he does have a brief reprieve as Chauncey catches sight of Lord Victor leaving. So Chauncey would have just seen Ash attending on Victor.
Chauncey drops the table. It's already a bit of a heavy table, but like the intentional slam of it on the ground as he makes direct eye contact with Ash. Ash.
Yes, Chauncey.
Your posture's, fix your posture. It's awful.
I'm trying my best, I have to say. And I have to say, Tom O'Grain doesn't like my curl in my hair.
I don't, it's doesn't matter. It's awful. What are you actually Victor's?
As of right now, Mr. Mulgrain has let me be Victor's valet. It's true.
What? No, that's not fair.
I've been doing this for a long time, Chauncey.
Like 3 more years than me. What do I have to do?
What do
Clean
you
more
have to
shoes, wash hair. I'll figure out how to do laundry without setting it on fire.
I mean, you could help with the biscuits. They were short on biscuits today.
I
mean, I'm starving. I wouldn't mind a biscuit myself.
I'm not getting you a snack.
Not for me, but maybe they need more biscuits. I don't know.
Well, I think you're doing a terrible job.
Well, I appreciate your honesty, if anything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, looks like I'm needed over there.
Oh, listen.
Victor.
No, I am doing the best I can for Lord Victor.
How? I should have that role.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I would say bring it up with Mr. Mulgrain.
He doesn't really like me.
Buy him a drink.
What's your secret? Is it the curl?
Buy him a drink. Just give him a drink.
I don't know if I'm old enough to drink.
Well, maybe just give him a bottle.
I can buy that. Yeah, totally. Buy it. I don't know if I can drink it.
Well, I don't know. You know what? How about I buy it and you give it to him? It's
do
an
that
olive
for me?
branch, right? You're mad at me? I'm trying to make this at ease.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I'll accept that.
All right.
And your curl's okay. It's all right.
Oh, thank you. I told you it was good fashion sense.
It's not bad.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Listen, when everything is done today, I will go get that bottle and give it to you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
You've got it.
I really do have to go. I think I might have broken the table leg.
Okay. Good luck with that.
Thanks. He ducks back over there.
I feel like Chauncey is definitely old enough to drink. But
It's 2021. He's been at this most of his life. I don't know what the drinking age is in the UK. It's
18,
19 in
I believe.
Canada. Okay.
Yeah. But I do like that interaction. That's quite funny. Katie, do you have something in mind that you'd like to see?
If I heard downstairs that Lord Victor has returned, I would like to make myself present to just check on things in the state dining room. Just to get a survey the situation, see what's kind of going on, the conversations that are happening. So I would come in and see if anybody needs their drink replenished or something like that.
So as an upper housemaid, you would probably serve in more informal dinners by refilling people's drinks and doing that kind of thing. But since this is a very special occasion, they're trying to keep it fancy. So the footmen in livery are the ones who are doing the serving. However, it isn't very difficult to to help around the edges, maybe grab more bottles of wine that are needed, or clean the cup, some extra cutlery that might be required for serving. And maybe you can get a word in with your friend Angus Bain, who is serving in the state dining room, and see what's going on from him. So Angus is a character that you play, Blasius. What does Angus look like in livery? What kind of figure does he cut?
Sure. So I would say he is, I would guesstimate maybe in a 45, 50, definitely tighten up, but is a drama queen, just a super drama queen, but tries to make it like, when I say he spills the tea, he literally spills the drama tea.
Great. So maybe as he walks out of the state dining room into the serving area, Ivy is there, also helpfully with a bottle of wine, ready to hand to him.
I would take a glance at the table and see that there is a lot of wine already there. This is not necessary. How's it going?
Oh, Lady Ivy, how does it do? And is that some more wine?
Yes. Do you need more? I widen my eyes.
I mean, we have plenty, but the lords, they love to drink wine.
Is it true that Lord Victor is back?
Oh, how did you know?
You know I know everything.
It is true, and it seems everyone here already knows, and everyone's getting anxiety.
Why? Just because Lord Victor's back?
Yes, it's, everyone has to be on the P's and Q's.
I don't know. And I'm trying to peek in the room.
Are you trying to see who's in there?
Yes.
I mean, here, and like he opens the door just a little bit. Just be nonchalant.
Can I bring the wine in?
Just follow me. But yes.
I stand up straight and I get ready to follow Angus.
And then Angus walks in and he's very, how do you do? Wine? Anyone here need wine?
Sorry, yeah.
I was gonna say, I place the bottle down and I do a very quick scan of the seating arrangements. Who's there? Who's talking to who? All of that.
So just as Ivy places the bottle down, Lady Lydia Wood stands up, and it's clear that she is about to deliver some kind of speech for her mother's birthday. But surveying the guests, you can see that Lord Victor is indeed in attendance. However, Lady Lydia has been sat in a place of priority over Lord Victor. So this is very dramatic news because it goes to show that the Countess still definitely considers Lady Lydia to be her heir. And as well as that, you would have seen from the footmen who were clearing out the first course that it looks like the pea soup that Mrs. Pan put so much effort into making was cleared before Lord Victor and Arthur could really get much of a taste of it. So, maybe the Countess isn't too happy at the situation. But as Ivy puts down the wine, Lady Lydia stands up and begins to give a speech for her mother's birthday. And I feel like Tom is there on the other side of the room, and he glances across at Ivy like, what are you doing here? Like, it's just a look.
I give him a look back and do a small head gesture towards the wine, and then maybe slowly start making my way back out of the room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he knows you. So, of course he does. So he's sort of like, yeah, the wine, and kind of just like slightly, because he doesn't want to interrupt the speech or be seen to be moving during the speech, just slightly with his head being like, maybe make your way out of the room a little more swiftly.
That's what I do. I think this has been a dance we've done before, so I will quickly make my exit.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. All right. Blessius, was there any particular scenes you wanted to see during the evening?
If I were to be really selfish, I would like Ash to get a biscuit.
I live for that.
Absolutely. I mean, there's some. Look, this is an interesting question for Ash, because there are some biscuits left over from the reception. Technically, he could go and take a bite of one, but he is meant to be in full attendance for the evening. So does he do an Ivy and sneak one, or does he wait until the evening is concluded properly?
I think if he could, he would sneak in the most professional way possible.
Mm-hmm.
Can I play a token against Ash? Like, how does that work? Like, if I want something dramatic to happen as a result, like Agatha catches him.
So what would you like to happen? That's the first thing. Say what you would like to happen.
I don't know how Ash usually deals with not as much of the back end stuff. So maybe his technique at taking biscuits just isn't as refined. So Agatha, Miss Agatha Crow, one of the main house ladies, she's just kind of zooming by, and she does rule the house with a bit of an iron fist, and she's got laser vision for anybody doing anything wrong. And as soon as she sees you, I think she always carries what? Those willow tree switches that you could hit against somebody's hand?
Oh no.
Always one of those in her front maid pocket. So you don't even hear her little feet scatter up behind you. You just feel the switch on your hand. What are you doing?
Oh,
so
man.
You can offer one of Agatha's resolve tokens for that. So connections also have their own pool of resolve tokens. Yeah, so you don't have to use your own in this case. You can use Agatha's.
That's perfect.
And ask Blessius whether that's something that he would be up for occurring.
Oh, that's totally fine with me.
Okay, so we should untick one of Agatha's and.
Oh, I did it wrong. Thank you.
Yep. No worries, I got it. So carry on, dive back into that scene. How does Ash react to that?
You are doing, young man?
My scone. I'm sorry, I was just a little bit hungry. I've been on the floor for a while, and I don't think anything's wrong about me having a scone.
I don't want to hear your excuses. Lord Victor is here, and you better be on your best behavior. Get out there right now.
Yes, ma'am. And he goes down, picks up the drop scone and the little pieces, and he puts it on tray and heads back into work mode.
You just hear, as you're stepping out, I'm going to have a word with Tom about him. Oh, sweet Ash.
I feel like I want to see this conversation between Tom and Agatha about Ash, if that's something you'd be interested in, V.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I think it has to happen while they're doing something.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, I feel like maybe like what they're doing is like after the dinner is over, everyone is going to be moving into another drawing room. So maybe they're just giving that a final going over, making sure everything is polished, shined, is looking perfect. And so that's like the context that they're having this conversation while they're like fixing up the last bit of the candlestick holders and maybe like moving things, slightly to the left.
Trimming some wicks, yes.
Making sure refreshments are waiting, of course.
So in like some hushed voices, Mr. Morgraine, are you aware of Mr. Bed's inappropriate behaviors?
Well, I've not seen any inappropriate behaviors from him. What are you talking of?
Eating when he shouldn't be? His curls? They're a disaster. What is he doing with his hair?
Well, I told him to fix his wig. That's an irregularity. But there isn't anyone among the staff who doesn't take a moment to eat something. I mean, we're all hungry. We don't get to eat dinner until 11 p.m.
As it should be. There is no issues with that. What the issue is if Mr. Bed continues like that, Lord Victor will look terrible.
Why are you concerned about how Lord Victor was looking? I mean, you saw where everyone was seated. It's not like the Countess is particularly concerned with his opinion of the estate.
She's got her eyes on him. We have to make sure everything is perfect. Ash might not be the one.
Right. I see what this is really about. This is about who's going to be stepping up into the valet position, isn't it? Can you help me move this painting? It's gone a little askew.
Yes. A little to the left. Okay.
Yes, to the left.
I mean, it's kind of about that. I just think Ash is not as refined as we need. He's not as worldly.
Mm-hmm. So who'd you put forward then?
Well, that young man Chauncey. He's energetic, full of ideas, always willing to listen.
Well, he does have a lot of pep, but you're calling him refined?
Okay, he needs work. He's like an unpolished rock, an unpolished gem. There's potential. We just need to clean away the bad habits.
Right.
Pass me that duster.
Yes, I think he passes the duster like without even looking at it. It's just like an instinctual movement for him. And you're telling me that all of this can be done in time for Lord Victor to have a valet next week?
I don't see why not. Chauncey's a quick learner.
Well, if you ask me, Ash has been in this house long enough and deserves something good. But it's not up to you or me at the end of the day. We can only put forward the people that we think might serve Lord Victor best. At the end of the day, it's Lord Victor who will be doing the choosing.
Right you are, Mr. Morgraine. Well, I just thought I'd voice my opinions. I hope you know a lady's opinion is very valuable in this house.
Well, very well. I do respect you, Mrs. Crow, and I do respect your opinions. You know, I always have. So, well, I'll prepare young Chauncey, and I'll prepare Ash. Let Victor do the decision making.
Very well, as it should be.
By the way, your choice of how to arrange the flowers in the vase end looks lovely.
Oh, thank you. The tulips really came out beautifully this year. Tilts the vase a little bit.
And I feel like we can leave them there for the moment. Thank you for that.
These two, yes. Like the OG house people.
Yeah.
I love it.
100%. There is another scene that I do want to see with Ivy. Because I think that as the evening is progressing, so sort of later on in the evening, this will be after when the last course of dinner has already been, when dessert has already been left the kitchen and it's being served by the footman. The kitchen is finally on to the last part of the night, which is that they have to cook the staff dinner. But as part of this, I think as Ivy comes down to get yet more things, Mrs. Pan asks her to take dinner up to the children and to Grace, or Miss Clark, as Mrs. Pan probably calls her, who are in the children's area where they usually eat dinner, because the tutor usually eats with the children. In this evening, the oldest of the three children who are in her care, Harmonia, has actually been allowed to the formal dinner, but Thomas and Sophie still need to eat. So Ivy would take that up and open the door of the children's area to see that there is some sort of painting chaos going on.
I would open the door. Dinner is served. Oh. What are you working on?
Well, I think like Grace is like desperately trying to like convince them that they should like have some sort of care or technique in the way that they are putting pigments onto a canvas, but neither Thomas nor Sophie is very into this idea, so it's going a bit abstract. And she turns around to Ivy and says, well, as you can see, two masterpieces from these master painters in the works. To the left, we have a very abstract piece from Sophie. I believe it is called Dog in the Library. And Sophie is like, it's cat in the library. My mistake. Cat in the library. And to my right, a naval ship, perhaps?
This is some of the best work I've ever seen. You could sell this or put it in a museum.
And I think Thomas looks very, very seriously at Ivy and is like, which one is better, mine or Sophie?
Ooh. They're different. This one has more realism in it, and this one is more abstract. So they're both good, but in different ways.
They're very unhappy with this answer. And Grace is like, yes, Ivy's right. They're both good in different ways. And Thomas is like, no, that can't be right. One of them has to be better.
Dinner is ready. Who wants dinner? And I'll put it down and start setting it up.
Yes, and the children very much want dinner, so they do immediately abandon painting, which is no longer interesting, and run over to get food very clamorously. And then I think Grace says to Ivy, will you just help me put these paints back? It won't take a moment.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. How are you doing, by the way?
I think Grace doesn't say anything when they're still in the room with the children, but as they go into like the to the storeroom where the children are out of sight, you can like Ivy would be able to see that Grace is not having a good evening. And she sort of says, well as can be expected, I suppose. Lots of changes in the household this evening.
I know it must be hard.
Well, you all must be run off your feet.
Yes, but you are too. You're helping with the kids all the time. It's not an easy job either.
Well, thank you. I mean, it is my job. I just keep thinking about the reception. I mean, I don't know if you saw it, but you know that Lydia and Arthur, I mean, of course they had to dance, and it might have been once or twice, and that sort of thing sends a message. It's very public.
It's all show. It's, you know how it is. I mean, it doesn't change anything else. I know it hurts to know that it happened, though.
I know, and I want to to feel that in my heart. I want to trust Lydia completely and think, well, she'll do something. She won't just let the show go on until it's all settled.
Do you really think Arthur's interested in Lady Lydia?
Well, it is what everyone is saying.
In all my years of doing this, which I know is not many, but it's all show. It's always been all show, and it could fall apart in an instant.
Mm.
Plus, what you two have is much more important than whatever could be put on show. It's just a dance. I could dance with you right now if you wanted.
I think Grace laughs and like shows her hands, which are full of paint. Like, I'm sure that Mrs. Crow will be having a go at me if I dare to touch you in the current moment.
I could deal with that.
Thank you for listening. You're the only one in the whole household who even knows.
And my plan is to keep it that way. So you know I won't tell anybody.
Well, I do know how hard it is for you.
Some secrets are worth keeping. Some are definitely worth sharing. This is not one of them. But the kids seem like they're having a good night, and I didn't want to pick favorites out there with the paintings. I don't want it getting back to anyone that I picked a favorite child's painting.
You did the right thing, Ivy.
Well, if you need anything, you know where to find me.
Thank you. I mean it. If there's anything I can do for you, after all, I do have a few ears upstairs at least.
Maybe one of these days, but for now I think I'm okay. I've got enough tonight that I think will keep me going for a while.
Well, I don't know whether to be glad of that or not.
I think it'll
I'll
be
glad
fun.
of it.
But I would like reach out if you would let me and like just kind of give you a squeeze on the arm of like support. And then if you need anything.
Yeah, I think Grace is very grateful for that and sort of like smiles at Ivy and is like, all right, well, I suppose I better not let my dinner get cold.
No
doubt
it'll
you're
get cold
hungry.
fast. I am starving and I need to go eat too. So I'm gonna go downstairs. I'll come collect these later. And then I start backing towards the door and make sure the kids are okay and have whatever they need. And then give you one last look and a nod and quietly leave.
Awesome. Thank you for that. So with that, the evening is winding down to an end. The party has moved on. Dessert has been consumed. The dining room has been cleared, and everyone is either going to bed for the younger members of the household, or the younger guests. The guests who have chosen to leave, perhaps the older guests, who don't want to stay up too late, or they have moved to the sitting room that Tom and Agatha prepared and are having tea or something a little stronger to buoy them along for the evening. And finally, it's time for staff dinner, which is, of course, Mrs. Pan's beef stew. This is her specialty. This is the cream of the crop of staff dinners. This is the staff dinner that everyone gets when they've had a very hard night. And so everyone is sort of gathered around. During a staff dinner, there is sort of like a formal seating arrangement. Even though it's just a staff dinner, it's just always been that way. It'll probably always be that way. Tom's at the head of the table as the butler, and then Mrs. Crow is next to him. And sort of it proceeds down the table with the higher ranked members of staff at one side, and they get to they'll be the ones who get the stew first, you see, and then it gets passed down to the table. And Chauncey has the least enviable job, which is taking the stew around the table so everyone can take their part before sitting at the end and getting to eat themselves.
There you go. There you go. A little bit like more forceful with Ash, even though we smooth things over.
You know I have your present later. What? Don't have to be so forceful.
Oh, was an accident. And like to Ivy, he just shakes his head no.
I would roll my eyes just like, Ash is fine, just this rivalry. But kind of giving like a placating like nod to Chauncey.
And I feel like Tom is like maybe watching the way that Chauncey serves a bit more closely than usual. So Chauncey might pick up on that.
Okay, maybe halfway through. And that's when he finally straightens his back and like even tests out the whole like arm behind the back and then realizes he can't hold and scoop. So has to bring the other hand back out to finish scooping. But it's yeah. And then I assume he's the last one to get whatever is left. It's kind of like the burnt bits on the bottom of the pan too. Chauncey's just kind of accepted to eat that. Pretends like it's his favorite. It's the chewiest bits.
What's everyone's attitude during dinner? Like, are they social even though it's been the end of a long night? Are they quiet? Like, what's the vibe?
I think sorry, go ahead.
Chauncey is gonna wedge his way to sit next to Ivy because we're best friends. So, how was your night?
It was great. I don't know. How was your night?
What, did you see Lord Victor?
Yes, he's here.
How does he look?
Great as always.
Wait, let me write this down. Okay, tell me exactly how he looked.
Just regal. I mean, you know how
Regal?
he dressed before. He has gotten better at it.
Better?
He just...
What was face? Smile? Eyes?
I mean, it was a quick check upstairs and, Tom wasn't happy I was up there, so I couldn't get a good look. He was...
Looks over at Tom.
Lady Lydia was, definitely favored, though.
Dang.
That must have stung.
Oh, God, yes. Lady Lydia, she's holding that spot quite well.
Oh, you know what? Victor's been gone for a while.
Do you think Arthur, like Lord Arthur, is that his name? Lord.
No, he's not a lord. He is a mere mister.
He's only a mister. Do you think Mr. Beddington is really, really in love with Lady Lydia?
Oh, they did dance tonight. So, it's
Did you
kind
see
of
the
official.
dance?
Well, I didn't see the dance. I heard that they danced.
Wow. Right, I'm writing that down. They dance.
How is that coming along, by the way? Do I get to mention in it? Because I help with so much.
Yes. So you're on every page.
Oh. And I peek over your shoulder to see what you're writing and what the pages look like.
A lot of scribbles, a couple drawings of like tigers, potentially dinosaurs. But there is a lot of writing. It's just not linear.
Is this more of an outline than a first draft?
Yes.
Do the dinosaurs work into it, or is that just for fun?
I just kind of imagined, what if Mr. Beddington turned into a dinosaur? Would he still marry Lady Lydia? Or would there be now an issue of a dinosaur? Would everybody just go around like it's normal?
Can you go over the plot again for your book? Because it's changed a bit. What's the current plot for your book?
Ash, how's your day?
Oh, today has been absolutely splendiferous.
Splendiferous.
I know. Big words for a big day.
I'm writing that down.
Ash, would you marry a dinosaur if you could?
Would I marry a dinosaur? Do they love me?
I would say yes. This
You
dinosaur
romance
loves you
them.
a lot.
You romance
If they
them,
love me
yeah.
a lot. I mean, love is blind.
I thought love was more duty.
No, love is not always duty. You
I
know
mean-
that, Chauncey.
It seems like that's it.
Love
I mean,
is love.
The whole thing is just kibbles and bits. But maybe if the dinosaur is nice and they love me.
It's not a very good answer.
So, Chauncey, you wouldn't marry a dinosaur.
Is the dinosaur rich?
No, the dinosaur is very much not rich.
No.
So you're saying that you would only marry a dinosaur if the dinosaur was rich?
Yeah, seems worth it.
That's a bit fickle.
Well, what are you? This is besides the point.
I think
point
Tom
is-
pipes in. At my age, you got no choice but to marry a dinosaur. That's why I'm unmarried.
Good one.
I'm
Good
a
one,
butler.
Tom.
You're all obliged to laugh.
Ha 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 ha.
That's better.
Righto.
Okay. Lord Ash, how cool was Lord Victor today? I need to know.
I have to say, he has a certain je ne sais quoi to him, a certain swagger.
A swagger.
Yes,
What were his shoes like?
puffy. I've never seen shoes so puffy in my life. They look so comfortable, and I couldn't. That's probably the worst part about my day, was realizing that my shoes were so uncomfy, and then I would look at his. They were like walking pillows.
Puffy shoes. Is that what's cool now? Should I invest in puffy shoes?
I don't know. I've never seen a shoe like it.
Puffy shoes. Wait. Tom. Mr. Morgraine. Sorry. I know you're trying to be all. Do you know where I could buy some puffy shoes?
Can't afford puffy shoes.
I know I can't afford, but I could borrow some.
From who?
I don't know.
I don't know what you're all putting into your heads, but it doesn't do to get too attached to any particular one upstairs. There are employers.
Yeah.
It doesn't help to think about them in any particular way. And after all, we don't know what the Countess will make of Lord Victor coming back.
Right.
Do you think Mr. Beddington is going to stick around for a while?
I mean, he's been here for quite some years. Don't see why he'd leave.
I'm just curious. Do you think he's going to become a permanent part of the house?
Oh.
That's not for us to speculate.
Well, I mean, we're curious. You've got to wonder. Come on.
Well, it certainly seems to be what the Countess wants. I heard her talking to Lady Lydia. But it's not for us to speculate, or overhear, or gossip.
Indeed, indeed.
Thank you. We know. Writing it down.
I just don't like the idea of marrying for duty. I don't like it.
All of a sudden, a dinosaur that loves you isn't so bad.
I would marry a dinosaur.
If not for money, just because it loved you.
I would hope that it would love me.
Do you know what love is?
What?
Me?
Yeah, Ivy. Do you even know what love is?
Do you, Chauncey?
I kind of thought it was what Lady Lydia and Mr. Beddington had.
I very much know what love is.
Could you describe it? I'm just gonna write that down.
You've never seen a bard sing about love? That's basically love.
Okay, what they're singing is not love. Ash, that's.
Are you telling me those songs are just squabble?
It's body. Is that really love?
You and I must be listening to two different bards.
Oh, I mean, maybe.
All right, everyone. Eat your stew. And if you want any more, there's a last bit left. Tom looks at it. Although I can't say that anyone would want this bit.
That's my favorite. Could I have some more?
Yeah, finish it up. And I feel like we'll finish the scene off there as well. But I really love seeing the dynamic of dinner. That's so great.
This is nice. This is helping us settle into our characters having a moment like this as well.
Blasius, would you be interested in a scene of Tom and Ash later in the night? Maybe talking?
For sure.
Maybe over a drink. I mean,
for sure.
Probably in Tom's. So as the butler, Tom has his own butler's pantry. It's called, which is where like a lot of the silverware is kept when it's not in use. But there's also like a desk, and it's like a study kind of area for him as well. And it's got a cabinet, and in that cabinet is a bottle of what is it that they typically drink? What's the favored choice?
I would say possibly Scotch or
Scotch?
rum. I would think, yeah.
Yeah, I think Tom seems like he'd have a bottle of Scotch carefully hidden behind some paperwork, I think, in his office. So he retrieves it and he pours a glass for himself and a glass for Ash.
Thank you.
Job well done this evening.
Thank you. I cannot say thank you enough for allowing me the opportunity to be a valet. I have worked so long for this, and I just cannot express my gratitude, Tom.
Well, nothing's settled yet, you understand. Mrs. Crow has her opinion, I have my opinion, and Lord Victor will undoubtedly have their opinion.
It's just the opportunity, and that's what I really care for. I know Chauncey would also be killed for the opportunity, and I can only say we wish only the best, and to do the best for the Lord.
Well, that's very diplomatic, Ash, but it's just you and me here.
Indeed. I have to say, Tom, please don't, I don't mean to rifle your feathers, but you have to say, the curl in my hair is pretty fashionable, right? Everyone says that it's not, but...
You know, you can... It's the end of the night. Take the wig off.
I quite like my wig.
All right, keep it on then if it suits you. But don't wear it to bed.
No, I won't wear it to bed, but I just think that this little twirl is very nice.
Well, no one upstairs has said anything about it yet. I suppose it's been long enough that they probably think it's just how you look.
I'd say give it 5 years, everyone will have a twirl in their wig.
No, they won't.
Well, I think so. But I can't say thank you enough. What is this Scotch, my lord?
Well, you know, I always love the good stuff, but this was actually a gift.
Oh, a gift?
Yeah. Quite a few years ago. A gift. I guess I kept it and I never opened it. Until it seemed like the right time tonight. I don't know why. The Countess having a 50th birthday. I remember her 30th birthday.
You served for a long time.
I've been here so long, I scarcely remember another place. I mean, this is as much my home as her home, you know?
Yes. I know for me, it feels like forever, but I cannot imagine you. I have to say, today has been just a opportunity after opportunity, and I should be tired, but I'm not. I'm just so full of energy.
Does it make you think of your family? All of this, the birthday, Lord Victor returning.
I do try not to think about that. I know that I met you when I was very young, and I guess you put me on my path, you could say, but I'd rather not think about my family, and it's a lot of pain there.
I understand it, not wanting to think about it.
Yeah, but that's what the drinks are for. Help make it all go away.
Doesn't make it go away. Still inside you. And you want to talk about it one day. And with me, if no one else. We've known each other long enough, haven't we?
Yeah, you've been like a father figure for me.
Oh, I'm not that much older than you. I mean, I am, but I'm not.
You like to play it young, that's for sure.
No. So you're right then.
I'm fine. I think the excitement for today is going to give me enough pep in my step for the rest of the week. That's for sure. And yeah, I appreciate the drink, Tom.
All right. And I think he sits back and he's like silent for a bit, and then he says, "You know, if you do become valet, valets don't wear the wig."
Wait, they can't make an exception.
No, you won't be wearing the wig if you're Lord Victor's valet full time.
Oh, I think that was the worst news of the night.
Well, you've had a good night then.
I guess I have, but well, are you sure I can't wear the wig?
I'm very sure.
I won't argue.
And I feel like that might be that scene there.
Petitioned for the wig to stay. Everybody in the house will sign it.
Is there any other scenes folks would like to see at the end of the evening?
I would probably try to talk to Chauncey before we hit the hay.
I was
I
thinking
guess.
about that.
Maybe this is when you've both gone out because both being sort of on the more junior end for the servants, rather than sleeping in the actual great estate itself, you have to go outside, go over the cobblestones into a separate building, which is where a number of the servants sleep. Chauncey usually sleeps in the hall in the great estate, just in case anyone needs anything in the middle of the night.
I'll go back there like at midnight, maybe.
Yeah,
1
yeah,
a.m.,
yeah.
2 a.m. I'll make my way back there eventually.
So maybe this is in the like a common area of the servants' sleeping area.
So you didn't tell me what the plot was for your book.
Oh, it's not that it's not clear. Did you hear any gossip today? I didn't get really much written down.
Well, obviously, Lord Victor's back. Lady Lydia's still holding the rightful spot, in my opinion. But, you know,
Lydia.
let me see. Did you hear any gossip today?
Just that Ash is gonna be, I keep forgetting the word, not butler. Like the maid for Victor. What's the word for it?
Ballet?
Valet. Thank you. That's not a word in my vocab most of the time. I mean, Ash is going to be Lord Victor's valet. That's kind of huge, and I'm jealous, and it should have been me. I'm brilliant at what I do. I stand up straight. I sometimes walk around and clean things. I'm polite. I am mostly good with titles.
Who's very much, I would marry for duty. Wouldn't you think that Ash deserves a position because he's been here longer?
I think I'm better. I'm better at everything that he does, except the wig. But that's
The wig is
kind of
pretty
his own
great,
thing.
isn't it?
It's the curl.
It's
I don't.
I know that
Wildly.
he gets in trouble for it, but I think it looks really good.
I think I'm attracted to the rebellious side of the curl, if that makes sense.
Yes, I understand completely.
Yeah. But okay, I deserve that position. I've worked harder. I don't have a shady background, a shady family history. I hate tenure. I hate it. Stupid.
I just feel like everybody should have a chance to do what they want. I didn't know you wanted the valet position this badly.
Do now.
What about your book? I thought the book was your next big thing.
I've discovered that writing out full sentences is not as fun as bullet point. And I've got a lot of work. I've got a lot of notes. I've got four of these filled with notes, and I have to take that and I don't have the attention span.
Well, if you're a valet, you're not going to have enough time to organize the dinosaur pictures and the bullet points.
I can make more money, and then I can buy better paper, better quills, and then I can write faster. I'm positive that's how it works.
Sorry, I just to interrupt you there for a moment. I'd actually like to play my monologue token on Ivy. And my question is this. It's late in the evening. It's been an exhausting day. You're here in the common area, but no one else is around. Everyone else has gone to bed. So it's just really you and Chauncey talking, as you often do at the end of the day, in this sort of like quiet, darkening environment, and they are just there next to you. What thoughts are running through Ivy's head right now?
At dinner, I got very frustrated when Chauncey mentioned that they would marry for duty and not love. And seeing the focus on this book that is just a little bit chaotic and feeling confused about where they're thinking about ending up, what their focus is right now, and probably catching the side of Chauncey's face a lot and looking and studying Chauncey's face while Chauncey's not studying my face, or even really probably looking me in the eye, and feeling a bit jealous of the book that Chauncey is so focused on right now, and kind of pining for that attention. So this book of yours, so book and valet, that's, you really wouldn't marry for love.
Don't think I'd have time. What do you do with a wife? I just doesn't.
Do you want to get married ever?
When it's appropriate. I've got time. I've got like 4 years.
4 years?
Something like that, yeah. I can write 2 books in that time. I could be valet. I could be valet to Lord Victor. I could finally pay off some debt. This is perfect.
Well, you know, we grew up together, and so okay, but what is your goal right now? right now in your life, what is exactly what you would want to pan out in the next few years?
Crush Ash and everything he's good at and become Lord Victor's valet while writing a book and becoming a published author, a journalist, and getting famous, becoming rich, and settling down and drawing dinosaurs when I'm old. I think I've got it planned out.
Settling down with who?
Cat? I don't know. Never thought. I think I've got most of the plan. What? Am I missing? What? Ivy, what are you asking?
It's getting kind of late. I do feel like I should go to bed.
Oh, yeah.
You have to get back to the estate, don't you?
Yes. Okay, one more thing. Miss Clark, do you think... What did I write? I think I saw Miss Clark talking to Lady Lydia. Are they still friends?
Yes. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Sorry, I'm just a little distracted. Let me see. I know that they're friendly with each other, I think.
Okay.
Why, did you see something?
Friendly. No, just following up on rumors. This is excellent. Thank you. I'm gonna put this into long form. I'm gonna write out full sentences. And you will see tomorrow morning. This is gonna be. Don't look at the dinosaur. This is gonna be brilliant.
Do you remember when we were kids? And we would go on walks?
Yeah, through trails and pick berries.
Ever since you started writing that book, we haven't gone on walks in a while.
Well, I don't want to scratch my hands because what if I do you want to go for a walk tomorrow?
Do you want to go for a walk tomorrow?
Can we look for some puffy shoes? If we can go into town. I know it's hard to coordinate because when you work, I'm working, and then I'm always working, and then
I don't know if I can go for a walk tomorrow.
Okay, well, another time. I'm really got something good. Puffy shoes reminded me of something else, and I think, yes, Ivy,
have a around
great night.
We'll find you some puffy shoes.
Okay, I'm have a good night. Sorry, I think I'm yelling.
You're fine. And I would stand up and start heading to the bedroom, but maybe a little bit deflated as I start heading to my quarters.
As Chauncey makes their way back across from the servant sleeping quarters into the main great hall, past the garden, they notice Grace walking by herself in the garden, very late at night, shawl wrapped around her, shoulders kind of looking like she's waiting for someone, perhaps, or maybe she's just like taking a walk by herself.
Chauncey looks down at their notes and then back up. And if he hasn't been seen yet, I want to hide behind a bush.
Mm-hmm. I feel like... Would you like to offer a resolve token?
Yes, that's how that works. Yes, please.
Okay, I will accept that resolve token. I'll move those.
Thank you. How do we get more resolve tokens?
I think she froze.
I
feel like...
Oh, you froze for a second.
Sorry about
You're
that.
back.
Yeah, at the end of the cycle, there is an upkeep phase, and during the upkeep phase, you'll get more resolve tokens. So
Fabulous.
You'll get
Thank
more.
you.
Yeah, so I think what happens on this particular evening is that Chauncey watches Grace for some time, and she definitely looks like she's waiting for somebody. And she sort of, it's like, she paces around the garden. She picks a flower that she probably shouldn't pick, but you know, it's nice, smells it for a bit. And then like, eventually, I think she sees a door opening in the estate, not one of the main doors, but like one of the side doors that leads out from the servant staircase, or like the back staircase of the estate. And she makes her way like away from Chauncey and into the evening.
Well,
obviously, whoever she was waiting for is very late on this evening.
He just writes in his notebook, Grace stood up on date. Nice. And then they're gonna travel back so they can stay on duty while continuing to write.
Okay, excellent. And with that, that is going to be the end of our first novel chapter of today's session.
Woo!
So we are
God.
going to move forward to reputation. So reputation for downstairs characters is completely different from reputation for upstairs characters. And that is because while for those upstairs, society talks about them as they are foremost members, they are important people who everyone knows about, people aren't paying that same sort of close and scrutinizing attention to the downstairs characters, who are just ordinary people living their lives. I mean, everyone's an ordinary person at the end of the day, but they're not talked about upon the tongue. So for that reason, downstairs reputation is all about the effects that the downstairs characters have on the household. So for your reputation phase, you need to think about the answer to these questions. Did you bring scandal, shame, or severe embarrassment on the household? Or did you go out of your way to protect or restore the household name? So you could say yes to one, both, or neither of those, depending on what your character did. Since we had only got our opening novel chapter, it might be that neither of these have happened yet, but they might as the story goes along. And if you say yes to did you bring scandal, shame, or severe embarrassment, then a upstairs character, the most appropriate one, is going to get a negative reputation tag. If you said yes to did you go out of your way to protect or restore the household name, then an upstairs character is going to clear an appropriate negative reputation tag to show that your character went all out to deflect society's opinion of that part of their reputation. And to make this even juicier, that upstairs character is going to know that your character was the one that had that effect on their reputation.
I love that. Oh my goodness.
So yeah, have a think about those two questions and let us know whether you think there are any yeses or maybe not yet.
I don't think Ivy has done anything too extreme yet that I would say that would be yes to either of those questions.
Same with Ash.
Yeah, same. I mean, we've been pretty tame. I mean, stealing some pastries is hardly scandalous.
Only in the eyes of Mrs. Crow.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yes. Well, that's to be expected, but I'm sure as over the weeks, as things get juicier, then there will be different answers to that question,
So
which is going to bring us to the household gossip phase.
Ooh.
So in this phase is called Rumor and Scandal in Normal Good Society, but it is household gossip in downstairs at the Abbey, and that is because the entire game is taking place within Eaton Grange, and so what the outside world thinks is just not as important as what the people think within the manor. And so in this phase, everybody will get 2 turns. And during your turn, you can do one of 2 things. You can either create a new piece of gossip, or you can spread a piece of gossip that has already been created. When you create a piece of gossip, it can be about anything that you would like. It can be about a major character upstairs or down. It can be about a connection. It can even be about an event or a circumstance. Anything that interests you. And a piece of gossip that has been created but not spread is sort of idle talk going around the household. People might believe it, they might not, but it's, it's just a little idle chattering. When you spread a piece of gossip, then it becomes something that is believed by a group of people. And you can choose whether you would like to spread the gossip upstairs or downstairs. So if you choose to spread it upstairs, then upstairs, most people will believe that that is true. If you spread it downstairs, most people downstairs will believe it is true. Whether or not it is, we'll find out through play itself. Or maybe you create a piece of gossip that you know can definitely not be true. That's totally fine as well. So that is basically how household gossip works. So as I mentioned, everyone has 2 turns. So have a think, and when you've got your first turn, jump in.
Really quickly, Margaret did post in chat that Ivy showed up to the dinner where she didn't belong. Is that like...
I wasn't sure if that was severe enough, just because I kind of came in and out really quick, and when Tom gave me direction, I scuttled.
Yeah. I agree. I don't think that is going to bring scandal, shame, or severe embarrassment on the household. Now, if Ivy had dropped the wine, then yes. And the wine bottle shattered, absolutely, that would have been a different story. But as it was just a discreet peek, I don't think that would yet amount to that necessarily. But good point.
I mean, can I start with a gossip suggestion?
Absolutely.
Chauncey, being this character that I'm very adamantly playing in a certain direction, he wants to start the rumor that Ash is potentially not the best valet for Lord Victor.
So, rumors and gossip is something that we do at a player level, so they don't have to specifically come from your major character. It's just things that you, the player, think are interesting. However, that is still a good rumor for you to spread, but it would be even more interesting if you could put a reason behind it. Like, why is Ash not the best choice for valet? What are people saying about that?
It's something that Miss Crow is saying. Let me think on that for a few seconds.
I think one of mine would be that Lady Lydia is still above Lord Victor at the table, and kind of saying that Lady Lydia still has a lead on the heir.
Oof.
Nice, I like that. I have noted that one down.
And then from this list, we can choose one that's already there and say that we spread it somewhere else.
That's correct. So you can you can do whichever you like for both your turns. So you could create 2 rumors, you could spread 2, or you can create 1 and spread 1, whatever you would like. But we'll all take our first go first, and then we'll all take our second go.
I'm like aggressively rereading all of the little character blurbs. I'm in love with this, the document that we use to keep our characters. It's very well organized.
Yeah, it's super.
Okay, I'm just gonna go for low-hanging fruit. Miss Crow doesn't think that Ash is the right fit for valet because his dress is inappropriate to his station.
Nice. Got it.
Thank you.
I have a rumor that Ivy has been seen upstairs when she shouldn't be.
Ooh.
Oops.
Man.
Cheeks are a little too rouge.
Oh, man, I hate to do it. Oh man, I don't know. I'm so
You
torn.
should probably do it if you hate to do it then.
I agree.
I think Ash might complain to maybe Miss Pan about the Chauncey plopping the food in his plate.
That's so petty. I love it.
Well, it's like Chauncey has bad table manners. Is that the rumor?
Yeah, bad table manners. There you go. There you go.
Okay.
Hey, that's gonna make me look bad. That's ruining my reputation. That's perfect.
It hurts me to do that.
Stained one of like your favorite shirts. It's harder to get out.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, I am interested in this. Just to shape this rumor a bit more. Is this about how that Chauncey is not good at serving, or is this about how Chauncey is like vindictive or spiteful?
Vindictive, yeah.
Okay,
Purposely
I
trying to
understand.
get stains. Yeah.
Yes,
That's the angle.
yes, that makes more sense. I'll write that down.
Is there even dry cleaning in this age?
No.
It's very, very time intensive.
You got a
and
board?
hideously complicated laundry process.
Did you pass the
Someone's
time,
whole
Penny?
job is that.
Oh, goodness.
Can we make up completely made up rumors?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, man.
I know
Okay.
I have my second one if it's okay for mine.
Yeah.
I heard a rumor that Arthur might be leaving the estate
You are the best. Oh my God, yes.
because he's been called away for. I'm trying to think of why he's been called away.
What does he do?
I don't. Like he doesn't have family. We probably know that, right?
He's got a
Yeah,
decent
although maybe he's
inheritance.
been called away by a unexpected relation, like by a distant relation, or
An ex?
like
I like that. I feel like I would say that Arthur might be leaving the state because he's been receiving correspondence from an ex-betrothed.
Meanwhile, he's just getting like his bank statements.
Not true at all, but
Oh my gosh.
I just want to spread that
no, I
rumor.
love it.
I love that. Again, like the servants, like, especially when they're just sitting around eating, what else do you do to occupy the time except
Yeah.
talk about little things like this? Okay. I want to spread one of these rumors. Honestly, I'm very, very, very into the idea of Ivy has been seen upstairs when she should not be. By the upstairs, just little mentions of like, have you seen that one maid?
Oh,
under the
spreading that
bus?
upstairs. Oh, I love that. I love that. It's going to be very fun for our
Information for
combined
your
session
book.
next week.
Oh my gosh. It was definitely like Chauncey left like his book out and it mentioned something you'd done up there one time. And not to mention like yeah, there's a lot of layers to this I think we can pull on. And then Blessius, I think you are our last, you and Haley are the last two to make
I
up
have,
two
yeah, I
rumors.
got a second turn. I actually want to spread the rumor that Angus is at risk of losing his job
Oh, man.
Ooh.
because his performance is declining.
Oh
Mhm.
no, not Angus.
Not Angus, no.
Not Angus, no.
I love Angus, by the way. And I'm going to force a friendship between Angus and Chauncey. One way or another. If Ash and Angus are enemies, like Chauncey needs a friend that he can see. Yeah. We'll make something happen. I'm very here for this.
Oh, man. Oh, this pains me. Oh, man. Oh, I think I guess I have to oh man, I don't know if I should do this or not.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
This is tough. This is tough. I think right now, Arthur would complain to Tom Morgraine on Mrs. Agatha Crow whipping his hand with the switch.
You are a little tattletale, and I love it. Oh my god! Oh my goodness! I see the thread. I see what's happening.
There you go. Yeah.
So what's the gossip specifically? Because I want to make sure that I record this in the way that
Sure.
I would like to spin it.
Yes, specifically, I admit that I did wrong by having a scone, but is a switch necessary? That hurt my hand.
So Mrs. Crow went too far with the discipline.
Went too far.
Okay, got it. Got it. All right. So we have one new spread rumor spread upstairs that Ivy was seen upstairs where she should not be. We have a lot of rumors that have been created but not yet spread. But that's okay because we will have an opportunity next session to dig into those a bit further. But for now, any rumors that have been created but not yet spread are going to be fading. So talk that is not talked about ceases to be important and begins to fade out. And if those are not spread in our next household gossip phase, then they will fade out. But if they are, then they will remain. And with that, we are going to take our break.
Oh, wow.
So we will be back in 10 minutes for some letters.
Hello and welcome. Haley is muted, but will be right back with us. Thank you everybody for waiting. We cannot hear you yet. I mean, it wouldn't
We
be a
could
stream
hear
without
her
a
before.
couple of tech goblins. We did hear you before. You did the good old
Tech
fashioned.
goblins. I love that. I've never heard that before.
Yes. Oh, really? It's my
I've never
favorite
heard that. No.
excuse.
Tech goblins.
Everybody's
Used to
got
use it
them.
in Shadowrun all the
Any
time.
luck?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yes.
Hey,
Indubitably.
hooray. Okay. Yes, I'm having amazing technical luck today, by which I mean tragedy. The real scandal is my microphone. But yes. Okay. Welcome back to the Eaton Grange estate. So before the break, we just found out some new gossip that was circulating in the household, and now we are going to move on to the epistlery phase. So during the epistlery phase, our characters are going to write letters to other characters by saying the letter that we want to write out loud. Being that we are all characters living in the same household, these don't have to be formal letters that are sent via the post, of course. They can be notes slipped under doors, messages posted on bulletin boards, slipped into breakfast trays, perhaps, whatever it is that your characters would use to convey their messages. And your letter can be from your major character, or it can also be from the connection that you control as well. But before we get into letters from today, there were some letters written between last session and this session to some of our characters who are here. So we're going to start by reading those.
Haley, sorry, is there any way that you could turn up the gain on your microphone?
Almost certainly. Let me
Thank
check my
you.
audio settings. This is what I get
Yeah.
for mic in the break.
No, totally.
Is that any better?
Too loud.
Too loud. How about here?
A little bit
Too
up
quiet.
again.
All right. How about here?
That looks more in
Good to
range
me.
when I'm looking at the audio range.
Okay. Good.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Yes. So now I'm in range. We can proceed with that. So there were some letters sent between sessions that we are going to start by reading. And the first of these was sent from my character Grace to Ash. So I'm going to read that one first. This is a letter from Grace to Ash, which is just sort of, I think, left in the servants' common area for Ash. So nothing secret about it, just a regular letter. And it goes like this. Dear Ash, I hope you don't mind. That's right. This is passed on to Ash by Mrs. Pan when the staff breakfast is being served. So dear Ash, I hope you don't mind. I asked Mrs. Pan to pass this on to you at breakfast. It's just something happened this morning and you were the first one I thought of who might do something about it. I was in the garden with young Master Thomas this morning when under a hedgerow we heard a crying of a most pitiful sort. We took aim to investigate and found underneath it was an injured fox. It looked as if one of the hunting hounds had gotten to it. I asked Fred whether we ought to help it, bandage the wound and get it cleaned and cared for, but Fred immediately told me we should instead put it out of its misery. He offered to do the job there and then, but I must admit I found myself stopping him. Of course, I have nowhere to take a fox and I have no means to care for it, and as I'm almost always with the children, I can't imagine it would be well received. I'm not sure why, but I thought perhaps you might take it in your heart to help it. The hedgerow where it lies is near the fountain. I tied my red hair ribbon around it so you might know which one it was. Of course, you needn't do so if you don't wish to. It is a poor creature, but perhaps that is the way of foxes in the gardens of grand estates. Not that it is my place to say, but I have heard Mrs. Crowe and Mr. Mulgrane were considering putting Chauncey forward as Lord Victor's valet ahead of you. Seems terribly unfair if you ask me. You have been here much longer. I do on occasion have the opportunity to speak with Lord Victor, and if you would like me to assist your case, let me know. Yours, Grace.
Oh, Grace is very kind.
So that's a letter from Grace to Ash. There is another letter that was received, which was received by Ivy.
Dear Ivy, I put pen to paper once more under peculiar circumstances. After an intriguing conversation with another, I find myself pondering things I had never before. I wonder if you might enlighten me on an odd slew of questions from a perspective of your stature, written or verbally. What is it that brings you happiness in your days? Are you close with your family? If these inquiries are overwhelming, fear not. I do not request you muster an answer, but seek them only if you wish to sate my curiosity. I will welcomely understand if you prefer to keep this knowledge to yourself. Curiously, L.
So those letters are received. Let's move forward to the letters that we have to send. So when you've got your letter, let us know. Go for it.
Could I write a short and sweet one?
Absolutely.
I would like for Ash to send a letter to Lady Lydia Ward. But could it be anonymous?
Oh, yes.
Okay, yeah. All right. The letter would say, Dear Lady Lydia, the person you danced with isn't who they seem. Why don't you question their family?
Ooh, oh my goodness.
I have to recover from that one.
Anonymous, though. Anonymous.
Absolutely. Tom is going to write a letter to Agatha, to Mrs. Crow.
Ooh.
This will be slipped under her door. So, of course, being a senior servant, she also has her own room inside the estate and her own little sitting room as well, very small, but still she has one. It says, it's written messily for Tom, clearly written very late at night, smells maybe a tiny bit like scotch. And it says, Agatha, finally opened the scotch you gave me after all these years. Don't know why I'd been keeping it for a special occasion. Suppose it doesn't matter now. Brought back a lot of fond memories it did anyway. Do you ever think of those times? I know there was a lot of sneaking around. I know we knew it was bad for the house. But it was good, wasn't it? Maybe there's still something. Anyway, I shouldn't be writing this when I've drunk so much. I probably shouldn't send it either. I probably won't. Tom.
Okay, that's my favorite letter out of all of these so far. I almost have mine. It's not long or anything. I'm just really trying to find the right angle.
We can send to upstairs.
I think since somebody has, then yes, let's say that you can. But if you do, we'll just make sure to let them know so that they can receive it. But if you have a letter for upstairs, you can also send it in between sessions because we will have more letters in between. So if you have a letter that is for someone here today, then it can be good to send that on now and send the upstairs letters between sessions.
Okay.
This is somehow so much harder than I thought. Like,
if you're thinking of what you might send a letter about, you can also use household gossip as a bit of inspiration too.
thank you. I
Gain
think
some
that
clues. Yeah.
okay. Okay, I think I do better. I'm not gonna write this down. I should just speak my words. Ivy gets a crumpled paper from Chauncey that says rather hastily, short form, with a little doodle in the corner, and it says, I'm very sorry about dismissing your walk idea. I think it's a really good plan. We can discuss how I can become the next valet and how we can take Ash down together. See you soon, Chauncey.
I would reply to Chauncey. Probably take the crumpled up paper and smooth it out a lot and put it in a little keepsake box and get a new piece of paper. I would write to Chauncey. Dearest Chauncey, I was thinking fondly of the time we used to throw stones in the stream and talk about our dreams. Life has changed so much in the last few years, and I'm glad that we can continue to talk about our dreams. Forever grateful for your friendship. Always, Ivy.
My goodness, my heart is breaking.
Excellent. All right, so that's going to be our letters for now. But we will return to send more letters between this session and our next session. So we are going to move on to the next phase, and the phase that we are going to move on to is unique to the downstairs staff, and that is going to be the Sunday phase. So the Sunday phase works in the same way as a novel chapter. However, the difference being that it takes place on a Sunday, which is the downstairs staff's only day off for the week. So traditionally, you would have to go to church in the morning, and then once church finished, hang around at church for a bit, and then you can spend the rest of the day doing whatever you like, as long as you're back in the household by the evening and ready to go for the next day. So in this phase, we are each going to take turns to set a scene that we would like to see. And given that we have a fair bit of time, we'll probably do a second round as well. So think about what scene you would like to see, and then we will go through them. But I will start because I know what I would like to see for Grace. I would like to see Grace and Percival. And I would at the end of this scene, I would like them to perhaps run into Chauncey, perhaps while Chauncey is working on his writing, perhaps. But let's start with Grace and Percival. And I think the context is, so church is over. The sermon, I think that Grace's mother used to be the local minister, but she is now retired and been replaced by somebody who Grace's mother is not very fond of. So Grace has had to spend most of church listening to criticisms, and then went to visit her mother, and then finally has the opportunity to head back. It is a beautiful sunny day, I think Percival is walking her back to the estate. What is Percival like?
Percival's a little bit smug, comes across a little smug, carries himself very highly. He is the assistant editor of the Hartford Herald, so he keeps up appearances. He's got gold frame glasses that are a little too big for his face, and very, very plain features, but if you look at him in the right light, he's a very handsome man. Dark hair, dressed to the nines, and got a little bow tie on.
I like that. Dress formally for church, perhaps, or perhaps just for the occasion of it being a Sunday. And I think Grace is saying, you didn't have to walk me back, Percival. I would have been perfectly fine to walk by myself.
You know that I would always walk you back.
Haven't you got anything better to do on a Sunday? Isn't there some new story you're on the hunt for, or some person who wants to air their grievances about the neighborhood in your newspaper that you need to attend to?
It happens every single day. I always have time for you, Grace. Which
Well,
reminds me, if you've thought any more about my offer.
Percival, you know that I have had quite some time now to think about your offer. And you know that I too consider you a good friend. But I'm not ready for something like that yet. I have my job, I have my mother to consider.
You
Just
don't
not
want
the
to be a
right time.
governess forever, do you?
No, I don't think anybody does. And you know, I won't be. Children grow up, and to be honest, when I finished in the Grange, I don't really intend to find a new position. I will do something else with myself, no doubt.
Well, you know, I'm going to leave the offer out there for you for a bit longer. I could take care of you, Grace. I want to take care of you.
I know, and we really don't need to have this conversation every week. But it is very sweet of you. Thank you.
Well, I will respect your decision for now, and I care about you. We grew up together. I just wanted you to know that there's a place for you in my life.
Thank you. Now, I need some amusement. It's a Sunday. Tell me about some silly story or another that you're publishing.
Let me see. Mr. What's his name? Mr. Tuts. His dog got out again. Ran amok in the farmer's field. I think it attacked a pig, but we left that out of the story because it was a little grim. What else has happened? Oh, Mr. Tuts says there's a lot going on at his house. He got into a row with Mr. What was his name? You think I would know the names of the town folk by now. Mr. James. Yes, Mr. James. They were arguing in the streets. So in the anonymous gossip
Those
column,
two
of
have
course,
never liked each other.
No, they fight over the stupidest things, like if a rock is somewhat in their driveway.
I think that's when, as they're walking down, they maybe catch sight of Chauncey, who's gone out on this beautiful day to perhaps write some actual sentences. What do you think, B?
Yes, he's definitely trying towards that. He, as a multitasker, I think Chauncey does a lot of walking and writing at the same time. Doesn't help his case at all, but that's kind of where you catch him. A little bit of an eye towards the two of you, but trying to look very, very busy.
And so who does Percival knows about Chauncey's writing? How did he find out about that? Was this servant gossip? Did it come through Grace, or have they met before?
I would say how ambitious is Chauncey? Has Chauncey let Percival know or let me know that you are writer and you
Probably any chance. he
Okay,
gets. So like
okay.
watching you surreptitiously to be like, what? Just waiting for a moment. I look very, very professional.
I would lean over to Grace. Please let me publish some of Chauncey's work.
I think Grace is like, because this is like another conversation that they've had at least like several times, and then I think she just says like, I don't think it's a good idea, but it's not my decision to make. And then I think Chauncey comes into view and Grace is like, Chauncey.
Oh wow, I didn't even see you there. Greetings, Mr. Percival. Oh gosh, I will get everybody's names, I promise.
Grace. I think you probably call her Grace on a Sunday and Miss Clark when you're at the estate.
Oh, that's fun. Okay, Miss Grace, lovely Sunday.
Chauncey, how's the writing?
Oh, brilliant. I recently wrote a piece about what every member of the house would be like if they were dinosaurs.
Ooh.
It's not finished, but I've got the bullet points. I've also got some and he eyes Grace. Regular talk about visitors and people.
Is the dinosaur piece is a fiction, yes?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
It tracks people like me mostly.
That's interesting. It's very avant-garde. We could feature that, maybe.
Avant. Who?
It's just very abstract.
The thing about fiction is that it's based on, in this case, your perception of the people upstairs. Did you strive for accuracy, Chauncey? Is there an intention to represent them?
Not real. I'm pretty sure dinosaurs are fake. Anyway, it's not real. So this is just my imaginings. It helps pass the time when I could just compare the two.
I understand that. I suppose I am asking is, could one tell one dinosaur from another simply by their description? Could one tell which member of the household it might be?
If you tilt it kind of sideways,
maybe when you have something a little more polished, we'll have a sit down and we'll talk.
Truly, could we maybe like make an appointment? I'm free next Sunday. I could have something written. Do you want the dinosaur piece or do you want the piece? Recently I've understood that Lord Victor has some fabulous shoes, like the puffy shoes. And I think, yes.
To write a fashion piece, that could be fun. So maybe come up with a fashion piece and we'll talk next Sunday.
But not the dinosaur piece.
The fashion piece, I think, might resonate better with our readers.
Yes. Puffy shoes. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Percival. You will not be disappointed. You are taking not a risk, a chance on somebody who really, really needs this.
But we'll have a nice chat and then I will read it over and we'll see if we can publish it.
Thank you. And Miss Grace, you're looking well, alone perhaps. I think I should probably keep writing. I've got to explore the world of puffy shoes.
All right. Enjoy your Sunday, Chauncey.
Thank you. Bye, Mr. Percival.
Have a good one, Chauncey.
Thank you. Look, it's so good to see you. It's so good.
You
glasses
as
too. It's the glasses.
Yes, I need them for my vision.
No, we've got matching. Mine are old.
Yes.
But yeah. It's cool. It's cool.
Yes, you must go to the same eye doctor that I go to.
I can't afford one. I just found these in the trash. Good day though. Good day.
Very, very animated, Chauncey.
Yes, he's always very enthusiastic.
Yes, you wouldn't mind a fashion piece. It seems very
A
benign.
fashion piece seems very harmless, but if you can you? Well, you ought to talk him into doing it anonymously because
Oh, yes, without question. I don't want Chauncey to get in trouble or you.
well, that's very considerate.
Are you doing all right?
Why do you say that?
Perhaps I'm reading into things. You seem a little low.
Well, I'm tired, that's all. The children have taken up a new hobby that involves running around the lawn with various things that they pretend are horses. In some cases, small carts.
Yes,
And I
I
found
mean,
a fox
a fox.
that was dying.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know how it came that way, and I don't know what happened to it afterwards.
Oh, well, what draws you to this place? Off the record.
Well, if it's off the record. Well, I mean, at first it was money. It's the best pay a tutor can have to be hired by a countess. I have to go through 3 rounds of interviews, you know.
Oh. That seems like, is that common?
Oh, for a countess, yes. Very.
Well, you should be proud you made it through. But I had no doubt.
Well, it's a good word from the former reverend always helps. But I think now when you stay somewhere too long, it creeps into you, you know. I try to remind myself that it's not my home, that it's just a place I live, and that the children who I educate are not my siblings. And I should one day leave them and have no further connection for them, I suppose, and be benefited if I cease to care for them, and my room is not my room, and this place is not my place. But the heart doesn't know that. The mind knows it, but the heart doesn't, and the body doesn't either.
Do you ever want to leave Eaton Grange? Go to the city. Oh, I could write for a bigger paper.
Go to London. I've never been, you know.
Perhaps we should take a trip sometime.
I'd like that. It would have to be there and back between the end of church and, you know, I'll have to take time off. Oh, that would be possible for several months. Maybe in the summer.
I think with enough time, if we get it on the books, it would be a good time. I haven't been to London too often. It's good to see the things that we don't get to see. Give you a little taste of something different. Might change your view on things.
You're right. It can't be good for the mind to be always in the same place doing the same things.
This place is beautiful.
And I've practically read every book that entertains me in the library twice at this point.
I hear London has really good bookstores. Some first editions. There's some nice places. I will do some research. I will get everything sorted. We'll pick a day and we'll take an afternoon in London.
All right. I have to go.
Do what makes you happy, Grace. And I promise Chauncey's article will be anonymous.
Thank you. And I will. It just might take some time to work out what that is.
True. But everybody deserves a chance. I would take my leave.
And I think Grace turns to go, but then sort of changes her mind and watches him walk down the path while leaning against an oak tree before turning around and walking back into the Grange. Thank you for that scene. So that's my scene. Does anyone else have a scene ready that they would like to see?
How do monologues work again?
Okay, so you say, I want to play my monologue token on person, and then you can optionally ask a question for them to focus on during the monologue, or you can just say, what do you feel right now? Tell us what's going on in your head right now.
Okay. That's empty monologue token.
Yes, that's right.
Fabulous. I would like to spend my monologue token on Grace.
Okay.
The duality of the question of what is she feeling versus how is she managing all of her emotions.
That's interesting.
You can choose which one you want to answer.
So this is definitely happening as she is watching Percival like recede over the pathway out of the Grange. He's a good man. As much as I try to tell myself he isn't a good man. Well, I try to invent some excuse. He's too pushy. He repeats himself too often. His stories are sometimes a little on the nose, although they are funny. And he's also very good looking, which I despise even further. But I don't know. All my friends would like it if I accepted. My mother would probably like it. I mean, she would like it if I left the Grange. But I've already given my word. I've already made a promise. I'm not the kind of person who changes their mind easily, and I'm not the sort of person whose feelings fade or flicker when my heart is intent or set upon one course. I'll stick after it, perhaps longer than I ought, perhaps longer than is wise, perhaps longer than is necessary, but I am stubborn. I am the racehorse at the back of the pack who will keep going to the finish line, even though they know they cannot win. It is not a good sign that Percival asked me what was wrong, though, because it means that my feelings are betraying themselves. I have worked so hard for that not to happen, and I cannot let that happen. People are talking, the talk is becoming more around Lydia and Arthur, and I fear I'm letting it get to me. But I promised Lydia that I would keep this secret, that I would not let it affect her, that I would not let it have the impact on her that such a secret had on Victor. So I must rethink my face. It is just muscles after all. It should be within my control. I'll rethink it. And she turns around and heads inside. That's the monologue. Thank you.
I'm crushed. Oh my goodness.
So yeah, what scenes do people want to see?
I know I would love to have Ash find that fox in the garden, correct?
Oh gosh, yes.
Yes. So is there a character that you're interested in finding it with or talking to about it?
I would let that be a surprise 1000% if possible.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever you think is best.
Okay, so Ash goes out into the garden, finds the hedge, the fox is still underneath it. What does he do?
I think Ash goes down and tries to comfort the fox and sees the wound and tries to help in any way. And where exactly is the wound on the fox?
I think it's sort of on the body of the fox, just on its neck. It looks like it's been bitten.
Gotcha. I think what Elle would, or what Ash would do, would be taking that purple handkerchief that he had in his pocket, and he would try to just take it, put it around the neck just to kind of stop any kind of bleeding, and then from there he would just try to see if it was docile enough to pick up, and if possible try to see if there's any way that he could talk to anyone in the Grange that would be able to take care of like medicine, antibacterial stuff, or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I feel like if this suits you, Katie, that as an upper housemaid, that Ivy would be able to have access to the still room, which is where like a lot of the medicinal stuff is kept, as well as where they like make jam and all those sort of things. And so potentially she could be somebody who could help Ash get that sort of thing. Would she do something like that?
Oh yeah, like if I'm not really about rules and stuff, so but if there's like I definitely would. If you came to me with an injured fox, I would do anything I could to help.
Awesome. I know Ash would definitely be trying to be persistent. Miss Ivy, is there anything that you could do to help me with this fox? It seems it might have been bitten on its neck. Any way we can make sure that this little guy can, pull through, make it, and have a life?
Go into the pantry so nobody sees us. I'm gonna go grab some things. And I'd scamper to grab like supplies.
Ash definitely has the fox under, like, nothing to see here.
And I'd come back with bandages, hopefully anything that, and I don't know in the late 1800s what medicinal options we had, but I'd get the strong stuff if I could.
Yeah. There's some poultices that could be useful, and that kind of thing. They're all made on the estate themselves, and the still room is completely like quiet and empty today, since the kitchen staff also have the day off. So you can easily take whatever you need, although you have to rearrange things to make sure that nobody notices when they get back.
Right. Miss Ash, it seems the fox is quite docile. If you could do anything to get anything that you can do for its neck, I will go and try to rummage some food, if that's all right.
Yes, I have to bandage the kids all the time, so I think I can do this.
All right, I will be right back.
What's its name?
It doesn't have a name at the moment.
Oh, it's pretty cute. And I'm going to sit down and start working as hard as I can to make this little fox better.
And then Ash would definitely be trying to rummage through, try to get any kind of food, and comes back. And would there be like any kind of like corn flakes?
Oh yeah, just like cereal, like bran. Yeah, there's like milled bran. I feel like that when Ash is down in the kitchen and milling through the like cornflakes, that like Mrs. Pan is in the kitchen, but she's sort of like, because even though it's a Sunday, her hobby is pottering around the kitchen and rearranging things after she's been to visit her sister, and she sort of like gives Ash a look, but at the end of the day, she's the kind of cook that trusts the people that she works with, and so she just lets him go with the bran.
Awesome. Miss Ivy, I have some food.
All right. Well, how well have I done bandaging up this little guy and tending to the wound?
I feel like you know how to bandage a fox, and I'm more interested in this fox being well bandaged than I am in anything going wrong to it. So I feel like Ivy does a good job.
Okay. I think he's He's waking up. He's perking up a little bit.
Oh, that's a relief. I found some, just some flakes. I hope it might settle his tummy if he's hungry.
Ooh, you feed it, and I'll get some water, and I'll
Take that. You know, I used to read these little books when I was a kid about this gnome named Elwood the gnome, and I think that's a fitting name for Fox, right?
Mr. Elwood.
Mr. Elwood, I like that. Yes.
I think that's the perfect name for him.
Oh.
He's so sweet.
Oh. Well, I do say, Mr. Elwood, you made my day.
Does this fox have any sort of demeanor to it? Is it cuddly? Is it kind of nervous around us, or?
I feel like the fox is definitely nervous. However, it's also just like it's injured, so it's not like it's, you know, it's a little bit like quiet and shy and like discomposed, and ultimately it's just like reaching for the food and then sort of like reaching a little paw up and like wrapping his little paw around Ash, and then it sort of like goes back to sleep, sort of nestled against Ash's arm.
Well, I guess I got my day cut out for me. Thank you, Miss Ivy, for everything.
Where are you going to keep it? You can't let anybody find it.
I'm good with secrets.
Is that so?
Not to be suspicious, but yeah, of course.
Well, I won't say anything because I want Mr. Elwood to live with us forever.
Indeed. And I think Ash would try to keep it in his room if he could, as bad as that probably might be.
Yeah, I like that. Does Ash share a room, or does Ash have his own room?
Sheesh. I don't know. I don't know, actually. Well,
It is possible.
Well, if it is possible, I think Ash would like his privacy.
Okay, excellent. So the 2-second footman share a room, and then Ash has his own smaller, but his own room.
A foxhole, if you will.
A foxhole, excellent. And where does he put Mr. Elwood? Where?
Definitely at the pillow of the bed. And wrap him up with blankets for sure.
So he just sort of spend most of the rest of his day looking after him.
Yes, indeed.
Excellent. B or Katie, do you have an idea for the scene you would like to see?
Yeah. As the night starts to wind down, maybe, I think, and remind me if cigarettes were on the okay table, in terms of like lines and veils.
Yeah, we didn't mention any reason why they wouldn't be. So
okay. Yeah. I think Chauncey and Angus are like laying on a grassy knoll, sharing a cigarette, maybe a flask of some stolen whiskey, and Chauncey, as always, with his book, squinting in the little bit of daylight that's left, just wants to gossip a little bit. So let me just read my note. That is, Angus, take the bottle. Did you hear?
Yes.
Were you nodding off again?
Sorry about that. When you get to my age and you have to deal with all the anxiety of everything. Go ahead.
But it's nothing anxious. It doesn't matter. Okay, Miss Grace, Miss Clark. Miss Clark is probably what I should call it. I saw her get stood up last night. Like,
stood up?
Waiting for somebody, and no one came.
Wait, you're telling me she stood up, or?
No, she got stood up.
Oh,
like it was embarrassing, I'm sure.
Who was the person that stood up Miss Grace?
I don't. If I knew that, I wouldn't tell you. Do you know anything?
Do I know anything? Well, let's see. I've known Miss Grace for let's see. How long have I been here?
No, don't do the math. Don't.
I know. I can't think of anybody. Was it someone that had pigtails?
What? No, no. Okay. Miss Grace was outside. It was night. She was in the gardens, and
The gardens are lovely.
it looked like she was waiting, and nobody showed up. She waited forever. I wrote like 5 sentences. It takes me some time, but I wrote a lot. But that's not the point. The point is she got stood up, and I'm sharing the story with you because it's embarrassing, and I hope that you could indulge.
Well, I do indulge in a good story.
Is this your way of saying that my story wasn't very good?
No, I just don't know who might be standing her up. I mean, I know her, but I don't get in her business like that, though I do love a good gossip.
I mean, Miss Grace and Mr. Percival were walking together today.
Mr. Percival?
They were very close.
That's the newspaper man, right?
Yeah, brilliant.
He once
So
wrote a
smart.
story about how this pig got attacked about a dog.
What?
It was 5 years ago.
You remember still?
Yes, because it was my dog.
Oh.
I had a dog outside of town with my old missus that she passed away. God bless you,
my
Mom.
condolences.
But we had a dog, and it ran away. And they wrote a paper in there. I'll never forgive Mr. Percival.
So anyway, I just wanted to. Are you feeling okay?
I think so. I'm just a little bit on edge with this gossip.
I think I'll keep the juicy stuff for someone else then. This has been great. Angus, you are
I
wow.
tell you, if you need to know anything, I'm your guy, except when it comes to Miss Grace. She is very secretive.
I mean, do you really know things? Like, do you know about Lord Victor?
He's back.
What was he doing while he was abroad? Was he
I heard
fighting enemies? Was he? I honestly can't imagine.
Have you ever heard what a pirate is?
Somebody who steals ships? Or
No.
loot?
No. What I heard is he was out to sea, sailing the 7 seas.
But as a pirate, not as a navy.
No, just out at sea, sailing the 7 seas.
And where did you hear this,
Well,
Angus?
it's not where I heard it. It's what I thought.
Chauncey puts the book down. Right. You finished that there cigarette. I'm gonna go. I think Ivy needs help. Yep. What's that saying? Are you calling my name? Angus.
I don't think you're hearing anybody.
Angus, your hearing's going. You should really.
Oh.
Yeah. A lot of folks have said something. I'm sorry, nobody's said it to your face yet.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck with that. And if you get any spicy news, just let me know.
I will keep that under consideration. You follow up on that pirate story. I'm confused and interested.
I will get to the bottom of it. You know, I like sneaking upstairs.
What? Really? When?
I think I'm oversharing at this point. Have a good day.
Okay, no, wait. Okay, before I go, I just want to let you know,
Yes.
I finally have a paper that I'm going to submit to Mr. Percival, and it's going to be the best thing people will ever read.
What? You're submitting to Percival?
Yeah, I know you just complained, but I had to leave with that news. I'm so excited.
Well, you know what? I'm very happy for you because I think you've taken initiative, and I like that.
You should tell more people about my initiative. I'm very initiative driven.
You know what? Anyone you want me to tell, I will tell them.
Everyone?
Okay.
Just everyone. Yeah.
You got it?
Okay. Do I have anything else on me? No, I don't.
Before you share it with him, after you share it, let me know. I want to read it.
Yeah. Thank you.
No,
Mr.
thank
Angus,
you.
you've been really good. I'll see you later.
Take care and be careful. Tony, he's a pirate.
Pirate. Right, okay. And that ends that. I wanted to reinforce a couple of our household gossips that we had set up.
They're quite the pair. Katie, what did you want to see for your scene?
I would have seen Chauncey and Angus hanging out, right?
Yes.
I would try to find a moment to talk to Angus.
I love Angus.
Probably not that hard. It's like Chauncey leaves.
Yeah.
And he walks up on top of the hill. Angus is still lying there smoking a cigarette after Chauncey has left.
What was that about?
Can't a man smoke a cigarette in this day and age without being interrupted? I'm sorry, Miss Ivy. Hello.
So, do you and Chauncey hang out now? You spend time together?
Do I spend time? I mean, we were just talking about how we think Lord Victor might be a pirate.
A pirate?
A pirate.
Did you hear that? Did they say it upstairs?
No, it's what I think.
Tell me why you think Lord Victor's a pirate.
Have you seen the shoes?
I have seen. Well, I've heard of the shoes. I haven't seen them yet, but I saw the rest of the outfit at the table.
All I can say, the shoes lead to pirate.
That's possible. I guess never say never.
That's it. But what can I help you out with?
How is Angus with secrets?
I'm guessing not good.
Because I feel like Ivy probably has told you. I have told you about my feelings for Chauncey.
Okay, well, I don't think he let Chauncey know.
Okay.
I don't think he would believe anything really coming out of Angus anyways. Angus spouts a lot of absolute nonsense, so it all kind of blends in.
Did Chauncey say anything about me?
Did Chauncey say anything about you? No, he didn't really say anything about you. No. I wanted to talk about Percival. Yeah, Percival and Miss Grace. That's for sure.
Okay, so just more about his writing then.
I talked about the writing, dinosaurs. It's something about somebody being stood up, and I was like, wait. So you saying this person stood up?
Someone
like,
got stood up.
Right.
Who got stood up?
It was confusing. We were talking about pirates, dinosaurs.
Yeah, so
I was just trying to have a cigarette.
Do you don't remember who? Who got?
Definitely Mrs. Grace, for sure.
How would Chauncey know that they were getting stood up, per se? What were they doing that made it seem like, oh, they're being stood up?
I think it was her standing in the garden for hours, possibly hours. That I might not have heard the S on hour, but hours.
Sometimes I go to the garden and just think, and perhaps that's just what Miss Clark was doing, just going to think.
I mean, I'm just trying to have a cigarette.
Yes, but I have questions for you, and I'm going to plop down next to Angus now. Am I a fool?
Are you a fool?
Yes.
What is that like? Are you a court jester?
Sometimes I do wonder that, but should I be doing other things instead of... Chauncey's never going to see me.
Are you talking about love, or are you talking about career? Because love and career are two different things, and they lead two different ways.
Love. You were married once.
Indeed. But you make sure you do what's good for you, no matter if it's career or love. What you want is what you want, and you need to chase that. And don't be anything near settling.
Chauncey is more concerned about the book than even looking at me these days.
Have you seen the pictures of the dinosaurs?
I have. Apparently, Chauncey would only marry a dinosaur if it was for duty and they were rich.
What is? Tell
Not
me,
for
what
love.
does duty even mean these days? Does it mean getting rich, marrying for money, marrying for rank?
Probably similar to what Lydia and Mr. Beddington are doing. Just, is it love or is it just politics?
Isn't that the question of the century? I say, why don't you sit down with Chauncey and talk about it?
I feel like I've made it very clear over the
I'm
years.
not talking about reading riddles. I'm talking about feelings, you.
If I do that and Chauncey goes, oh, I don't want this, then friendship ruined. I have to work with
what if
Chauncey.
you precede it with, if I say this, our friendship cannot be ruined?
But then it's there. It's hanging. It's just ever present. You can't just forget someone says, oh, hi, I love you. Oh, you don't? Okay, let's just go back to making scones.
The scones are nice. I
ate one the other day. They had the lavender. I think it was brought in some.
Lavender?
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I never had the lavender one. I have to talk to Miss Pan about that. But I say you just need to get on the same page. That's it. Chauncey and you, same page. And don't talk in riddles.
That's the problem. I don't think we're going to ever be on the same page because the page is right in front of Chauncey and it has bullet points and dinosaurs on it.
Chauncey loves to write. Why don't you write to Chauncey?
I just don't know at this point if it's better for me to maintain the friendship and find another path for love. As hard as that might be. I'm not trying to not acknowledge it, but just perhaps the friendship's more important.
In another life, I was too scared to say something I meant to somebody. And let me tell you, time passed, and I never got that chance. Take your chance.
The way that it has made me feel is, and I am sad to say this, it's like in the garden, there's a rose bush. It's beautiful, and it's fragrant, and it's colorful, and you want to see that every morning when you wake up. So you decide, I'm going to cut that, and I'm going to put it in a vase, so when I wake up in the morning, I can see it. And you know there are thorns, and then you go to trim it, and you still nick yourself on the thorns, and you have to bandage your hand, and then everybody asks you about the bandage on your hand, and then bitterness starts to seep in, and those roses don't have the same luster that they used to.
Was that a poem, or did you just make that up?
It's how I feel. I'm talking with how I feel.
Well, one, that is heavy, and I will be honest with you. Two, I get it. You know, you talk to Chauncey, and Chauncey can say, whoa, no, and it's all done. But there is that off chance that you could just talk to Chauncey, and then, who knows, you could find love. Is it not worth the risk?
I think I've gotten to a point, and it pains me to say it. I want to be chased after. I said it. I want to be the obsession that book is to Chauncey. I want to be the main character. In theory, in my mind, it sounds romantic to chase after something, but I want to be the one chased after. Am I not good enough?
I think it just takes someone, the realization that they need to do something different. And if you would allow me, allow me just a word with Chauncey.
Are you going to talk about pirates again, though?
No, I will keep it strictly to the 1800s, I swear.
If you insist, I will not. I need more time to get the gumption up to even be direct with Chauncey, but I do. I asked Chauncey the other night where they saw themselves in the future, and I was not part of it.
Chauncey and you are young. And Chauncey is career focused. I think that's so correct. I mean, he wants to be that valet so bad. And that is where his brain is at. And you know what you want. I think all it can take is a simple conversation. You can have your cake and eat it too. Just ask Miss Pan.
Oh, really?
Well, no, that was a play on words.
I know it was. Now I want cake because What if Chauncey doesn't want what I want?
Well, if you would like, I would talk to Chauncey and maybe hint. You know, maybe still bring up shoes and things so Chauncey doesn't know. But ask him.
Do you know how nervous this makes me?
I used to be nervous when I was younger. There's a certain point in your age where you're just like, risk it for the biscuit.
All right, I don't want to bring up something sensitive, but your missus, did you chase her, or was it the other way around?
Oh. That... both ways. Both ways, I would say. I mean, there was times where I was focused in my career and wanting to, you know, progress, and there was times that she wanted to progress, and you know, it was a little bit of a lot. But I will say the biggest regret I've ever had with my missus was a fight we had shortly before her passing, and that fight never got resolved. And I live with regret every single day because of that. And that is why I am firmly planted that a simple conversation could do a whole lot better than what you think it could do worse.
And I think as Ivy and Angus sit on the hill, looking down at the entryway to the estate at that moment, they can see Mr. Morgraine saying goodbye to his 3 daughters, who he had been spending the day with, sort of like kissing them goodbye. Like one is sort of 16 is the oldest, and then 8 years old for the youngest one, and waving them and walking, like they start heading back down the path as he's turning around to head back into the estate. And the difficulty of balancing family with the life that you have chosen sort of like washes over a little bit, I think.
That might be the wisest thing I've ever heard you say, Angus.
You know, I like to not be so grounded in real life. I like the fantastical, I will say that, because it's a nice distraction. And, sometimes a good distraction's all we need. Am I right?
Yes, I'm so tired. I know we all are. If you want to talk to Chauncey, that's fine. I have dropped so many hints. I'll be curious if a hint from you would help.
Well, I will say this, Miss Ivy. I do appreciate you, but I would like to finish this cigarette, and then I will talk to Chauncey when I see it.
That's fine. I didn't mean to interrupt. Also,
No, it's just, I only get so little time for a cigarette, and that's when I become the most popular man out here in the Grange. What is it with cigarettes? It can't be the smell.
yes, I prefer this. It doesn't smell good. Does it taste good?
You know what? I just do it for a little me time.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It makes you a little stinky.
Well, what can he do? It is what it is. Can't be what it ain't.
Oh, enjoy it, and I will leave you be. Thank you for your input.
You got it, and I will talk to Chauncey when I get a chance. See?
You relax today as much as you can.
Oh, I will.
And I'll stand up and nervously start heading back to what I need to be. I don't know. I don't know what I need to be doing, but just kind of heading down the hill back to the Grange.
And, and Angus just lights another cigarette.
I think as Ivy, is heading down the hill to the Grange, she passes Tom, and he sort of he looks like a chilled out mood, for want of a better word, which Ivy has probably never seen him before, unless she's seen him on a Sunday. And he randomly turns to her and is like, "Having a good day, Ivy."
The sun's out, so that's good. How's your family?
They're doing well as ever.
Can I ask you something?
Of course.
Is it difficult working here and being away from them?
Well, person's got to have a goal in life. My goal is to be the best. And I am the best, Ivy. So yes. But I did it for a purpose.
Just was curious and thought I would ask since I saw you. Thank you. Are you having a good day?
Lovely one. But I ought to be getting back to it.
Okay, goodbye.
And he sort of heads off back to his office. I have two short scenes that I would like to see. The first one is between Lady Lavinia Ward, the Countess, and Mrs. Crow.
Ooh.
Because I think the Countess summons Mrs. Crow into her study.
I love
which
that.
is not an unusual occurrence. The two do speak on a semi-regular basis, mainly about food, mainly about the ordering, the organization and ordering of household menus, when there will be what parties. But these days, more and more of that is sort of falling on Lydia or even Arthur at times to organize, as the Countess has more important affairs to attend to. But there's something feels a bit different about this occasion. For one thing, they're meeting in her study, which they normally just meet in a random drawing room, or whenever Mrs. Crow happens to pass, the Countess will wave her down, or whatever it is. So there's a feeling of formality.
Okay. Yeah, I think Miss Crow kind of shuffles in as she always does, curtsies. Yes, Countess, what can I do for you?
Mrs. Crow, will you take a seat for a minute?
Oh, I would be honored.
I wouldn't ordinarily ask you to sit down unless I wanted to discuss something very important with you.
Of course.
Thank you. Now, I know how many years you have been at the Grange, and your work has been excellent throughout that entire time. We are lucky to have a member of staff such as yourself. And I know the way you were able to keep the younger members of staff in line. And I'm very in admiration of that. That is why you are my most trusted among the staff. No doubt you have heard that my son has returned.
Yes, it has spread around everywhere in the house.
Yes, well, it's hard to miss, isn't it? Victor's leaving and Victor's returning has its own reasons. Reasons which are private to myself and my son. No doubt the entirety of downstairs is already speculating about both of these occurrences. But you understand that if
You're back.
Sorry, I think I cut out for a second there. Yeah. You understand that if the wind of scandal were to take foot, then that could be very damaging for my son, who only wants to restore his reputation in returning.
Oh, of course. That would be terrible.
Terrible. And the slightest rumor leaked from downstairs to outside this household could be damaging in its effect.
It would be horrendous.
Horrendous. You're quite right, Mrs. Connor. And for that reason, I am entrusting you to make sure that this stays under wraps, that this does not cause any damage to myself or my son from words spoken by the staff who are under you.
Of course, my lady. And she kind of pulls out her switch. I have been able to rule this household with all of the necessary tools. I will maintain structure here. Nothing will change.
I'm sure you'll see to it. All right, you may stand up now.
Oh, it's a little slow going. You hear the crack of her old bones. She has to kind of like stretch her back out. Oh my, there we go. Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Excellent work at the party. You may go.
Yes. And she scurries away to continue her never endless work. I love the whisperings.
The second scene that I want to see is a man in a, let's make it, it's a woman in a sort of badly tailored, cheap looking suit with a briefcase, shows up outside the servants' entrance, knocking on the door, and the door is and yes, who shows up knocking on the door, and he's looking for someone, and eventually she's looking for someone, and eventually she is shown to Mr. Bed. And she asks if Ash would have a moment to speak to her about some legal business. She's come all the way down from London, you see, and it's very important they have this conversation. So I imagine that they sort of are just talking in the kitchen while like the after staff dinner was sort of emptied out. You are Mr. Bed?
Yes, can you hear us okay?
Oh yeah, sorry about that. I got used to Ash. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, so she's sitting down with Ash. She's a lawyer who's just arrived from London. Not a very expensive one by the look of it. And she's asking Ash, "Are you Mr. Bed?"
Yes, I am. You can call me Ash.
Ash, I've been trying to chase down a Mr. Bed for quite some time now. Ash, is that short for something?
It is. What is the name you are looking for?
I am looking for Mr. Arthur Bed.
Arthur Bed.
Yes. Are you he?
No, I think you might be referring to Arthur Beddington.
She looks at the paperwork. No. I'm looking for a Mr. Arthur Bed.
Well, I could get you in touch with a Arthur Beddington, but as far as Arthur Bed, no one's here. No.
So you are not Mr. Arthur Bed?
I'm Ash Bed, but no, not Arthur Bed.
Do you know Mr. Arthur Bed?
I know Arthur Beddington. Would you like a word, correspondence?
Well, that's not who I am looking for, unless they have changed their name.
If they change the name, I could not put a finger on it. It would be quite ironic if, the family had a problem and it was disbanded and, two people in the same place, Beddington, bed. That would be awkward, wouldn't it?
It's just that I've been trying to track down Mr. Arthur Bed for nigh on a year now, and it seems nearly impossible to find him.
Well, you could write a letter to Mr. Beddington and see what they have to say, but I know that myself and Mr. Beddington have never spoken about him being a bed.
And your name?
Ash
You don't have
Bed.
it. Ash Bed.
Yes. Bedd.
Yes, that's the correct spelling.
All I can say, if you want my total honesty, I haven't known my family since maybe I was 7, 8. The closest thing to a father I have is Tom Mulgrave.
I'm not acquainted with Mr. Mulgrave.
Well, he is available if you need. I'm sure he's just a
This is
few
very
steps away.
disappointing. I have really come here all the way from London. It took me 2.5 days, and I had to travel in a terrible coach. It was packed full of people, and it's very important. It's about an inheritance. If you find Mr. Arthur Bed, who I was told several times was here, can you please tell him to contact me? And she pulls out her card and hands it over to Ash.
I do appreciate the card. For your troubles, could I offer you anything from our kitchen? A scone, lavender scone. We have a few left.
Lavender. Well,
A lavender scone, yeah. Let me just say, they are to get your hand hitten with because they're so delicious.
okay. Well, it might be nice to have something to eat on the coach ride back. I have to travel back in 2 hours, you see.
Well, if you follow me, I will take you to the kitchen.
And she perks up a bit with the thought of food. And I feel like that's seen unless you have any questions for her.
Oh, do I have questions? I think I do, but I think I would be more question if I could have, or if Ash could talk to Mr. Beddington.
Well, that's what next session is for when we have our whole crew. Excellent. Okay. So we do have some time left if there are scenes that folks want to see, possibly the conversation between Angus and Chauncey. There could be other things. Has anyone got an idea in mind of what they might like to see the rest of the session?
I do. I would like Ash to give Chauncey that bottle for Tom.
Oh yeah. Perfect.
Let's start there.
Go ahead.
Oh, gotcha. If there was just passing in the hall, I think Ash would be just pacing as the fox Elwood, Mr. Elwood sleeps, and just looking and spots Chauncey and says, "Chauncey, do you have a second?"
Oh, is it about my performance?
Performance? No. I tried to tell you I have your present for Tom Mulgrave.
Oh, yes. Let me just finish my thought. Giant talons and heels. Okay.
Giant talons and heels. Is this something for the lady?
What? No,
Heels.
no, heels for boots. I'm writing a piece about puffy shoes.
Oh, puffy shoes. Are you indeed looking into it?
Yeah, not to toot my own horn or anything, but I spoke to Mr. Percival, and I'm going to have a piece in the paper after I write it and after we meet together and talk and confirm it. But what matters is it's basically confirmed.
Oh, congratulations. Oh, Chansey, that's awesome. I love to see the initiative, and I can only imagine the pay will get you those shoes, those puffy shoes.
I'm sorry, so you're not jealous, angry?
What about your writing?
Yeah,
Why would I be jealous about your writing?
no reason. No, it's fine.
And the only thing I'm upset about is you getting my white scruffy shirt dirty at the dinner table.
Oh, I guess I'm sorry. You know, I'm
No,
sorry.
I have a gift for you. You can just say sorry.
You do better at me when you serve better, you talk better, you dress better. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. One thing, I do not know what you're talking about. I think you are very hardworking, and I can't say one nice, nasty thing about you. Except, actually, yes, the way you serve dinner is very mean. I do get offended.
Okay, well, I will do better.
You don't have to do better. I'm just letting you know.
Is there an alternate way that I could piss you off? Like
An alternate way.
trip you when you're walking?
Trip
scuff up
me.
your
I wouldn't like that.
shoes?
Scuffle my shoe. I would not like that. No.
No. I could.
If you ever fix my wig, I would be upset.
Write it down.
You please don't write that down. What could you use that for?
Wig.
Okay, you know
Blackmail.
what? Blackmail. Okay.
Obviously.
Okay. Well, here you go. This is Tom O'Grain's favorite scotch.
Oh yes. Thank you. Okay. Seriously, I'm very sorry. I don't want to be your friend, but I really
Okay.
appreciate this.
Hey, it is what it is.
I'm still your rival. I'm gonna beat you.
Be the very best there ever was.
Everything. Yeah, I'm gonna collect no, I don't know what we're talking about. I hate your wig. Goodbye.
Make sure he knows what kind of scotch it is. He'll love you for it.
Wait. What was it again? I already forgot.
Never mind. And then Ash should just walk off back to the fox.
I'm writing down that wig. Okay. And then he tucks it into his pants and continues walking and writing.
Very nice. Katie, is there anything you wanted to see?
I'm trying to think. I know there's some people upstairs I want to observe, but I know that's probably for next
Oh my
time.
god, right. I already can't wait till next week.
I
Like,
know.
it's not fair.
I feel like I might check in with Grace
Mm-hmm.
this afternoon.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's smart.
So I'd probably search Grace out.
Yeah. Grace is in the library, which I think I would know that Grace is in the library of 5 p.m. of a of a Sunday, reading a book that she's already read.
So what time has this one been read?
You're going to judge me if I tell you.
Test me.
Okay. This is my 5th time through this particular book, but I do not generally read books 5 times. It is simply because it is one of my favorites.
I would
And you're going to judge the fact that it's one of my favorites because it is terrible.
I want to see, and I'm going to lean down to read the spine of the book.
Mm-hmm. It is it is called A View from a New Land, and it is a extremely lengthy, detailed, slow burn romance about somebody traveling through several continents with somebody who, at the end of it, it turns out that they liked each other all along.
I haven't read this one, but 5 times? How thick is it? How many pages?
Well, I don't always read all the pages. There's one bit where they're stuck in Belgium, and that's terribly tedious.
Should I read it?
Well, what kind of books do you like?
Fanciful type, I do like romance and epic stories.
Epic stories. No, I don't think this one's for you.
Do you have any recommendations for me?
Grace has like 8 recommendations. She put.
I think you froze.
Grace, no, the book got
I want to
you.
know what book I'm going to read.
Pulls out like 8. She's like,
Welcome
I think
back.
you cut out for a second, so we missed
Right.
some of it.
yes, she pulls out 8 books. And then she remembers that staff are only allowed to borrow 1 book at a time. God, you're gonna have to choose.
Which one? Let's start with the middle book. The one that's not quite top, but not quite the bottom.
Right. Neither the most excellent work, nor the trashiest.
Mm-hmm. Though trashiest could be fun.
Try this one. It's called The Hidden Sword. It's sort of about a battle, except it's not really about battle. The battle is a metaphor for the feelings between 2 people. But it is a battle.
Could be something I might gain some insight from. I'll take the book and tuck it under my arm as like a way to be like, this is coming with me. How are you doing today?
Today I am doing much better.
I don't know about that. Not to bring him up, but that Mr. Beddington. Do you know much about him?
Yes. We were good friends. It is so strange to me because I've spent so much time talking with him and so much time talking with you that the 2 of you don't know each other well.
He's very conversational, which is scary for me. I don't want to get in trouble, more so than I
No.
normally do.
I completely understand, and he talks to the absolute most inappropriate people, which I suppose we wouldn't be friends if it wasn't for that fact.
It's kind
we're
of nice,
friends.
though, to not be treated below.
Yes.
But why are you not friends with him anymore? Did something happen?
In his eyes.
I'm not gonna pry. Of course I'm curious, because it's me, but he's probably wrong.
I know you would love to know, but I'll tell you one day when all of what is happening right now seems like something worth laughing at.
That is something I understand. Sometimes I wish time would pass faster, so that you do get to the point where you can look back and go, that was just a blip in my life, a small wave.
Okay, you seem like you're not having a good day.
You know, I have had better days. I had a nice talk with Angus outside.
Yes, I've never been able to have an entire conversation with Angus, I'll be honest with you.
Angus is wonderful.
I'll take your word for it.
Probably one of my closest friends here.
That's very sweet.
Very, I like people who are true to themselves, which is probably why I like you so much, Grace.
I think that makes Grace laugh.
Do you not agree? I like to think that I can tell if someone has a genuine nature, but correct me if I'm wrong?
I suppose you're right in that I am very bad at forbearing when it comes to my personality. People always gave me, before I started here, I was given quite a bit of job advice, which mostly included pretending to be somebody that I am not.
That happens a lot.
I did try to comply with it for about the first 6 months. And it
Are you
felt
glad that you
utterly-
stopped?
I suppose it's not a question of being glad, but rather a question of capabilities. Some people are more capable of pretending than others.
That is true. Some people are oblivious. Sometimes I wonder which is worse.
Do you think being oblivious would be a sort of gift?
For the person who's oblivious, not for anybody else.
Quite. That is what I meant.
I would like to be oblivious, but I just can't seem to stop paying attention to everything. Perhaps that's one of my flaws, is that I just keep watching and observing and then get myself into trouble.
I know you. If you stop paying attention to everything, your mind would atrophy. You've got so much whirling around in there from everything that you've seen and heard. It's what keeps you
Too much
keeps you
interesting
going.
stuff. I'm just wanted to see you and make sure you were doing all right, and this weekend's been a bit of a chaotic time. The celebration and all.
Can I tell you something?
Of course.
I know you're good friends with Chauncey.
That is very true. We grew up together and work here together and just have almost been together our whole lives.
I'm a little worried for them. You know Mr. Blakely?
Yes. The newspaper man.
He's gotten it into his head that he wants to publish something that Chauncey has written about the household.
In what way? Like an about the house?
Yeah, so far he's talked about something to do with fashion, which seems harmless enough, but all of you downstairs, sorry. I see the Countess quite a bit more than you. And I just can't imagine what would happen if she found out about something like that. Chauncey probably doesn't understand this. I mean, I don't mean to look down on him, but he is a whole boy at the moment. And I don't know what his intentions are if he wishes to stay in service. But you and I both know that a bad recommendation from the Countess could entirely ruin someone's career.
I've been a bit confused about what Chauncey's goals are at the moment as well. And the book started off as like this full thought out idea, and then it's dinosaurs and bullet points, and I can't get a plot summary from Chauncey, and now Chauncey wants to be the valet as well? Sometimes you can only do one thing well, not all of it. I know that from personal experience, but I don't really know what Chauncey wants right now.
I'm not sure, but I do know he's playing with fire.
Would it... If an article were to get published, what do you think would happen?
I think this might be something you can accomplish. We'd have to keep it away from the Countess's notice. You know who lays the newspapers for her every day, right?
Oh, yes, of course.
This is merely a suggestion, but were something like that to happen, you could simply... Well,
Take
a certain
it?
page might go missing. Yes, you put things far more straightforwardly than I do.
I am very well adept at getting around without being noticed sometimes, but for this, I could make sure before it even gets upstairs, I'll go through it, gone, in the fireplace.
I think that'd be for the best. That's only a short-term solution, mind you. I'm sure Percival will want to do something further, but for now, I think you might be saving Chauncey a lot of grief.
I might need to talk to Chauncey. But that ends up... I don't know that would... I don't know what Chauncey is thinking. I don't think that putting articles in the Hartford Herald is going to make or break the career, but I guess maybe you have to start somewhere.
Well, I think you do. It's just a matter of what choice you want to make, I suppose, because this is the kind of thing when something is in print. It is in print.
People will talk. I can take away a piece of paper, but people will talk. I know that more than anyone.
Yes, we'd just be buying time. So if Chauncey wants to do this, they'd better be ready for it.
Maybe I will have a chat, Chauncey.
You really do care for other people around you, you know.
I can be honest with you. My life is painfully boring. So it's exciting to become a little bit of a part of the chaos with the stories I hear.
So what do you want then? You talk so much about not knowing what other people want.
That's very complicated. Simply, I want to be wanted. For the time being, I am needed.
I see.
Maybe this book will provide me some insight into the battle of love and life.
Well,
And
it is
today's
a very middling book. Perfectly average.
sometimes average is good. I'm going to disappear this afternoon into this.
And I think Grace holds up her book and she is like, we can enjoy it separately together.
And if I can take a seat in there, I will sit down and I will start the book and quietly read with Grace.
Great. Awesome. We have a tiny bit of time left if bless you.
That was an awesome scene. That was cool.
If either of you have a short scene you would like to see.
It was very insightful as well. Let me take a peek at what characters really haven't gotten enough screen time yet. Oh, Pepper, we love you.
Is that Elwood? Mr. Elwood?
Elwood. Can we have a scene with like Mr. Elwood? And Charlie. I think that would end things on like a nice high wholesome note.
Yeah.
Whew, to deal with all of the like just like layers of tea that have been tossed at us, because my goodness.
I feel like there's like a scene where like you know, Ash brings Elwood out when he's feeling a little better to maybe like show to one person, and they're like excited about it. Then someone else comes in and they're like, what's that? And like, you know, the next like member of staff gets excited about Elwood, and then like Charlie comes in and is like, hey, no animals in the kitchen. Oh, it's such a cute fox. Did it get injured? And like gradually like the entire staff is just like crowding around. In the end, like Tom is coming in like, hey, what's everybody doing? Sunday's almost over. Is that a fox?
Is it possible for Ash to like be asking people, hey, by chance, do you have a leash?
Yeah, I feel like people are like going out of their way to like procure things for the fox. Like, oh, I don't have one, but I have a an old fabric belt that could easily be like restitched. Like, oh, I'll restitch it.
That's awesome. Yeah. I know that Ash would just be out there just being like trying to get everything perfect for this little fox. And at this point in time, how would Mr. Elwood be with their demeanor?
I think that there being a crowd of people makes him nervous, and so he's sort of like, but something about him instinctively trusts Ash, so he's sort of just like, backing up from the crowd of people and like hiding behind Ash's arm,
Oh, poor guy.
and
Oh,
like
that's
wanting to
awesome.
go back into his jacket pocket.
Oh man, that's awesome. I think Ash would be very protective, but yet proud of that little fox.
Mm. I think maybe like as a final note to help set things up for next week.
Mhm.
I think Tom will call like Ash and Chauncey like at the end of the evening.
Hi, sir.
Mr. Mograine?
Yeah, don't call me Sir Chauncey, Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Mulgreen, hi.
I'm sorry to talk about work business on a Sunday, but it must be sorted post haste. So, Mrs. Crow and I have decided that you will both be the candidates that we are putting forward for the position of Victor's valet.
Yes.
I very much appreciate that.
I appreciate it more. Thank you.
We will be arranging a trial.
By combat.
No, although sort of in a metaphorical sense. Both of you shall be taking the role of Victor's valet for 1 week. And at the end, Lord Victor shall be deciding which of you will take the position permanently.
That's brilliant. Yes. No, that's really, really smart. I can do that. I can definitely do that.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Now, I will be discussing the timing with Lord Victor and determining who will be going first.
Could I put myself forward? Could I suggest myself or volunteer myself?
Do both of you have appropriate attire? Looking at Chauncey.
Could I get an advance in my pay?
Chauncey, if you need to borrow, you can borrow anything from me.
I don't need to. I can have proper attire, yes.
Okay, you will need to arrange it because you understand as a gentleman's valet, you must also look in a manner befitting to be seen with a gentleman.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand. I have really good posture.
You do have excellent posture. So you've got that part taken care of. That's great.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But if you just borrow something, just because you're going to be seen upstairs.
You can borrow anything you need.
Yeah, I can take care of that. What's my due date by? Like tomorrow? Do I have a week?
Well, it depends who Lord Victor chooses to begin. It will be at least a couple of days.
Excellent. Okay, I've got this. Yes, I'll have a good outfit. I'll have somebody.
If you would like to go
approve.
first, I'd recommend arranging it sooner rather than later.
Please, yes.
Mr. Mograine, I am ready to go as soon as possible.
But I would like to go first.
All right. Well, I think that just like Tom is just like laughing at this point. We'll see what Lord Victor says.
Yes, Mr. Mograine.
You do both know how to cut hair, right?
I can read a book. That's for sure.
I could write really well.
I can ask Mrs. Pan how to use scissors.
I can cook a chicken.
All
kind
right.
of.
I would like you both to attend my office at 6 a.m. tomorrow, and I will explain how to cut a gentleman's hair.
I shall be there.
6 a.m. Okay. I'm not gonna have to like hold a razor or anything, am I?
You will use a razor, yes.
Okay, it's fine. Knives don't make me squeamish. It's fine.
Wait, do they make you squeamish?
What? No, I'm not. I don't have weaknesses.
Weren't you
Witnesses?
in the kitchen today?
Weaknesses.
Oh,
Pardon, Mr. Mulgreen. What? Ash was talking. Pardon?
How did you help out in the kitchen?
Very carefully. The knives
see.
that I receive are rather dull. You have to press harder, but less chance to cut my fingertips off.
I believe a dull knife is worse when shaving, isn't that correct?
Yes, I wouldn't suggest using a dull razor, but I would suggest being very, very careful.
I need my finger. Okay, yeah. I'll be careful.
6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Good.
Whew.
See you there,
may
Mr.
go.
McGrain.
I'll see you first, Mr. Mulgreen.
Please just arrive on time. Okay,
Mhm.
go now.
And if Ash tries to leave the room first, Chauncey kind of does like that shoulder push thing to get them a little bit stuck in the threshold of the doorway before pushing through.
And Chauncey just backs up and after you, Chauncey.
Thank you. Yeah. Do you really have something I could wear?
Yeah, anything you need, just stop by my quarters and anything you need. If you need it now for tomorrow, that's fine.
I don't know if there's really a rush yet. This doesn't make us friends.
No. Just stop on by. I will get you anything you need.
Okay, and I don't want the shirt that has the stain in it now.
Yes, that shirt was ruined, and
And I said I was sorry, but I just don't want to wear that shirt.
no worries. I do have a question. What did Tom say about your gift?
Oh, I haven't. Looks at his pants. I forgot to give it to him.
Oh, well, you can always give it to him. I will get a outfit ready for you as soon as I hit my room, and then it's ready for you whenever you like.
Yeah, thank you. Again, not friends.
Not friends. Got it.
Mm-mm.
No.
Yeah, get out of here.
Oh, yep. Talio.
And Chauncey's gonna turn around and go back into the room. Knock first.
Mm-hmm. Yes, at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh, yes. No, I know it's not that time yet. Could I have like a few words?
What is it?
I just wanted to say that I think I've been doing really good. I've been working hard. I've been doing all of my chores, all of the tasks assigned to me, plus some, often while reading and writing at the same time. I've cleaned countless things. What I'm saying is, if I gave you, and he pulls out of his pants, it's not like a warm bottle of alcohol. If I gave you this, could I guarantee a spot first?
Tom looks at it for a moment and he thinks, did Ash suggest you give that to me?
Well, no. Ash doesn't talk to me. He hates me.
Could I offer you a resolve token for him to know that that's not the exact truth?
Yes.
Well, that is my favorite brand of scotch, which is amazing that you would be able to pick that up without any help in advance from somebody who is basically the only person I drink scotch with. But
Yeah, I told you I was good at this. I'm smart.
I don't take bribes, Chauncey.
Are you sure? Like positive?
No, but I mean, yes, I'm sure.
Oh, okay.
If you wanted to have a drink, we could sit down and have a drink.
You're not gonna scold me or anything.
we would be drinking scotch. That would be the activity.
In silence?
We could make friendly conversation. We could play a round of cards. It is
Yeah.
a Sunday.
Yeah, that would be really
He's like,
cool.
looks at his pocket watch. We have 1 hour left off.
Yeah, I'm not really competitive or anything, but if you want to play cards, I'd probably kick your ass.
Okay, let's focus on the drinking and the cards and less the conversing.
Yes. Okay. And he puts his book down.
And Tom opens the bottle. And I think we will leave them there. As we need to end our Sunday phase and do one more thing before the end of our session today, which is another round of reputation.
Okay.
So this is the same questions to assess your characters by as last time. Did you bring scandal, shame, or severe embarrassment to the household, or did you go out of your way to protect or restore the household name?
I think for Ash, no.
I don't feel like anything salacious enough has happened. Like, I know trying to help Grace out and stuff, but I don't think anything's come up where I've tried to fully assist. So I'd probably say no as well to both. Unless I did something that did sully the name of the household.
Yeah. I was gonna say for Ash, there's an argument for possibly saying yes to to did you go out of the way to protect or restore your household name from the conversation with the lawyer.
Oh,
I think
sheesh.
that did act to protect the household name.
Oh,
man.
Smart.
Because you
Dang.
you did the information that you gave at that time.
Oh, sheesh. Sheesh.
Well, what do you think?
I think, well, yeah, I guess so. I wasn't thinking of that at the time, but I can see how that is.
Because I believe that is probably going to have the effect of getting rid of Arthur's common reputation tag.
Nice.
You could have revealed some things about Arthur's upbringing, but you didn't.
Oh, sheesh. Well, dang, I didn't know I was playing a game.
How about you, B, for Chauncey?
I don't feel like a lot of things have been set in motion, but there's nothing that's been like particularly like executed yet. There's nothing tangible. There's no like paper trail yet, as they say.
Yes. Okay.
So close though.
Excellent. Okay, so that ends our reputation phase, quick and easy. And that is where we're going to leave our story today. But there will be more letters between sessions. And next session, we will see some of those letters delivered and find out what it is that was written.
Indeed. Well, we hope that you all enjoyed today's episode. We're only on episode 2 of this series. There's been a lot of drama, and I'm sure there's going to be only more when we have the full entire cast of 7 people together. I think it's 7 people, 16 players, 18 if you count the children as characters. Right. So it's a lot of drama that has ensued, and I know there's a lot of scenes that upstairs would like to have with downstairs cast, and downstairs cast would like to have with upstairs. So I'm sure you all will enjoy that. But without further ado, we're going to be wrapping up today's episode, and we want to first and foremost thank our lovely cast. Thank you to all of you who are viewing and watching this, whether you're watching it live here on Twitch or over on YouTube. Of course, thank you to our sponsor, or our supporter today, which is Hero Sheep, and our sponsor, which is the one, the only, Roll20. If you watch our Ascension show, you'll see our maps and our dice rolls, and all of the goodness that we use over there is all thank you to Roll20. And of course, if you would like to support us, if you're enjoying the drama and the love and the, I don't know, like some battling going on between some people, You can support us best by heading over to Patreon and becoming a patron. Not only does that support us by helping us pay our cast, but it also allows you to get cool rewards. Right now, there are NPC name submissions that you can grab over there. The Upstairs cast has some letters. You've heard a couple of them in this episode, but if you'd like to get a sneak peek of the previous ones that have not been shared yet, you can get some insider info, as well as the Downstairs cast will be writing their letters, and those will be out before the next episode as well. Beyond that, we have our monthly recap coming as well. So if you are interested in seeing how the ins and outs of Roll For It work, that is the best way to see that. We also have a ton of other rewards like Legend Tier, which allows you to have a private session with one of our GMs. It's super fun. So yes, beyond that, you can subscribe to us right here on Twitch. That will give you some emotes and access to the video in advance. If you are a YouTube member, though, you will get access to those emotes as well. And whether you are a patron, a Twitch subscriber, or a YouTube member, you will get access to our private Discord where you can converse with our cast about all of the things. There have been some theories, and some of those theories have come to life in today's episode. So very exciting to see those. Others are not so truthful, but you know, you'll see. You'll have to see what happens. Beyond that, we understand that not everyone can support in a monetary means, and we don't want you to if you can't. So there's a lot of free ways to support us. Obviously, watching here live on Twitch is a huge thing for us, making clips for us, which you can only do when we're live. You can also go watch over on YouTube, subscribe, like, comment, follow us on our Twitter and Facebook, like, share, retweet, and comment over there. All of those ways help the algorithm feed Roll For It into people's feeds, and that brings us more viewers and more people who get to experience the beauty of Roll For It. And without further ado, I'm going to let the cast go through where you can find them, because not only are they amazing RPers here on Roll For It, they do a whole slew of other things on their own channels or other platforms, and I'd like to give them an opportunity to talk about that. So we will kick things off with B. Tell us where people can find you at and what you're up to when you are not fighting your fellow
Rival.
I don't even know if he's a rival because he's being super nice to you.
It's such a one-sided
Maybe
rivalry.
the question is when you're not being self-centered. I like that.
There we
though.
go.
Yeah, there we go.
Ooh, that's very chauncey. So when I'm not being incredibly self-centered and self-indulgent, you can find me on Twitter as @B_Zelda. I did post a snippet from my notes today. It was a art rendition of a dinosaur as portrayed by the Countess, a shoe, and of course, a very important sign that says "No wig curl." So when I'm not doing that,
Sorry.
when I'm not doing that, I am a podcaster, host of Anime Attaché, member of the Broadswords, 12-Sided Stories, Iron Edda Podcast, One Shot Network, and many others. I'm a Twitch streamer, Power Play, Q Time, Stream Punks, and many others. But for the most part, I am a social media manager for D&D Adventures League. Thank you so much for everything today. This has been absolutely my favorite.
Oh, well, we're happy to have you here. And of course, we also have Play Katie Play. Where can people find you at when you are not warming people's hearts with, honestly, both of your characters? I feel like there are people like, you know what? If Chauncey doesn't want Ivy, I'll take Ivy. If Grace doesn't want Percival, I'll take Percival. So, you know, you got people out there cheering for you.
Oh, well, yeah, today was a lot of fun. I'm really excited to meet everybody's characters in game now and get to play Percival and Ivy. So it's been a treat. But yeah, I'm Katie Peters Plays, aka Play Katie Play over on Twitter because I couldn't fit my whole name. You can find me on Twitch. I stream 3 days a week. This next month, we're raising money for St. Jude. So if you want to come hang out, doing some charity streams, and I'm playing Alien Isolation right now. So if you want to come hang out, I'm doing that. I've got 2 podcasts. Katie hasn't seen that, and Quantum Drive. If you want to hear me chat in your ear while you're working out or grocery shopping, that is a thing that you can make happen. And yeah, I'm trying to think. I'll be here some Saturdays, most Saturdays in the upcoming future. So I'm excited. I want to keep going today because I want all the drama, but I know I have to wait. I have to be patient.
It will, oh, trust me, when we all get together, there will be drama. And of course, Ash Bed, played by Kyle Blessing. Where can people find you when you are not making us laugh with the hysterical nonsense Angus says? And then also, uh, now unleashing maybe some family heritage that might be going on.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can find me usually at twitch.tv/Blessius or YouTube Blessius. I also do voiceover work, and there's some cool things coming out this year that I'm lucky to be in. And this month, I'm also raising money for St. Jude. So it's been a fun time with that. So yeah, getting this year has been an absolute like freaking whirlwind. So just trying to get back to normalcy. And that St. Jude fundraiser, and this is a nice step towards that.
Well, we're happy to be a part of that. And of course, last but not least, we have Grace Clark, Tom, and Charlie, played by our facilitator, Storybrewers. Where can people find you, Haley, when you are not making us feel very scolded in some ways? And then, like maybe you are misunderstood in some cases.
Yeah, so you can find me at Storybrewers on Twitter, Storybrewers on Facebook. You can find all our games, this one and a bunch of other games at storybrewersroleplaying.com. And as well as that, right now we're running a Kickstarter for some other games called Little Box Journeys, which is little story games in little boxes. They are no prep one-shot games that you can pull out anywhere and play that still have an impactful story. So that's going on right now. So if that sounds like your jam, Google Little Box Journeys, and I think the Kickstarter comes up. And so hopefully you can find that too.
All right. And with that, we will bid you all a farewell for today's episode of the Eaton Grange Estate. And we will see you next week with the full entire cast for episode 3. Thank you all so much. Doodles. you.